Her Amish Quilt. The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 34. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. As Cherish cooked eggs and toast, she hummed a melody. The tune was vaguely familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she'd heard it. All she knew was that it was a love song. Most likely, she had picked it up from her days working in the cafe. It brought back memories of the day when Malachi had kissed her for the first time. She had gotten used to making Malachi breakfast while he attended to the chores outside. Despite their plans to work together, Cherish was content to stay inside on these cold mornings. Everything was perfect between them now that all their secrets had been shared. He had opened up about his family and his parents' issues. His parents had left the Amish community and got up to some strange antics, only to come back again, which would have made him insecure. Cherish didn't want to pressure her husband, but she hoped that in time, the wounds with his family would heal. Cherish sensed the forgiving atmosphere between Malachi and his brother Jed. The two had been getting along much better lately. She heard Malachi's boots on the floor as he entered the kitchen, followed by Wally, the goose, and Caramel, Cherish's dog. She glanced over her shoulder and smiled when she saw him. Cherish took 2 glasses from the cabinet, set a gallon jar of orange juice in the middle of the table, and noticed his eyes twinkling. "What are you smiling about?" she asked. "I'm just happy. Are you joining me for breakfast?" He put his hat on the table and sat down. "Of course," Cherish replied as she served up the eggs and toast on 2 plates and put them on the table. They shared a silent prayer of gratitude before they started their meal. "I thought we'd drive over to Uncle Zachariah's today and see when Favor's house will be arriving," Malachi said. "Oh, yes. I can't wait. It's funny that I haven't heard from Favor lately. I thought she would have been nagging at me about something." Malachi placed some egg onto his toast and then cut a bite-sized piece. "I thought she would have moved here already." He popped the morsel into his mouth. "Me too. I'm not sure what the delay is. I'll call her soon and see how they're doing. I just hope they haven't changed their minds." "Too late for that. They've already purchased the land and made their down payment." Cherish hoped Favor's controlling parents-in-law hadn't meddled again. Simon had already had such a hard time with them. Both Simon and Favor needed to be away from them. Malachi ate quickly, and he was back outside in no time. After Cherish finished her breakfast, she walked outside and was hit by a wave of crisp air. She looked up and couldn't help but notice the sun filtering through the trees, creating pockets of light. The whole farm was beautiful. The old dairy barn and the woodshed, the silhouettes of the cows in the pasture, and the small grove of white pines off to one side of the partially snowy yard. Cherish flung wide the hefty barn door and stepped inside. She left the door open to allow light to enter the barn's gloomy interior, and then she moved to the back wall, where the phone was connected. Cherish dialed the digits on the rotary phone, holding it to her ear as she waited for Favor to answer. It only took a moment before she heard the familiar voice. "Hello?" "Hi, it's me," Cherish said. "It's about time you called. Am I your last priority?" Favor replied. "Don't start with me," Cherish warned her. "I've missed you," Favor said, and the sound of her laugh caused a warmth to spread through Cherish's chest. "So, when are you coming? You are still coming, right?" Cherish asked. "Yes. We're still in talks with Simon's parents." "In talks?" "Put it this way. We're negotiating." Cherish didn't like the sound of that. "Negotiating what exactly?" "Oh, just this and that. Nothing for you to worry about." "The only thing I worry about is that you're still moving here. You are, aren't you?" "Yes, we are. We'll have such fun. We'll be there in about 2 weeks. I wish I was already there." "Me too, but at least you're coming." Cherish let out a deep breath. "I know. We'll be there in no time. Don't worry." "Has it been hard for Simon to think about leaving his parents?" No, not when we told them they could move there too. Cherish gasped. She didn't mean to have such a reaction, but she couldn't help it. They're coming here too? Eventually. I thought the whole point of moving away was to get some distance from them. I know, but I felt sorry for them. You should have seen their faces when Simon told them we were definitely going. It was heartbreaking. Cherish didn't want to say anything rude. All she did was shake her head. So they'll be moving here too? Eventually, when they find somewhere. I told them they couldn't live too close, and they had to give Simon and me some space. They agreed to do that. Okay. It sounds like you have everything under control. Favor laughed. I hope so. I just want us to be alone like a normal married couple. I don't know if it's possible, but we're going to try. At least we'll be near you if things don't turn out as we planned. That will make things bearable. I know. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Malachi said we'd go to the bishop's house to see when your house is arriving. Oh, goody. I can't wait. We might not get there today, though. Malachi often gets caught up with things, and before we know it, it's dark. We will go soon. I'll let you know as soon as we find out anything. Thanks, Cherish. I appreciate everything you've done. And Malachi as well. Cherish chuckled. We're happy to help. I should get some work done. Me too. Bye. Bye. Cherish hung up the phone's receiver. Cherish didn't mind Harriet and Melvin, Simon's parents, but everyone knew how meddling they were in their son's marriage. The whole point of moving was to get away from them. It was obvious that they'd worn Favor down. Poor Simon was stuck in the middle of the 2 women in his life, his mother and Favor. When Cherish found Malachi to tell him she'd spoken to Favor, she saw him admiring their soon-to-be mother cow, Sunshine. Wally and Caramel were also nearby, as usual. Malachi rose and brushed off his hands. This will be Sunshine's first calf. I know. Look at her udder. It's practically bursting. He glanced downwards and smiled. Any day now we'll have a baby in our midst. Cherish laughed in anticipation. That will certainly be an experience. Wally pecked at the ground, looking for bugs, while Caramel rolled in a patch of dead grass. Did you speak with Favor? Malachi asked. Yes, and you'll never believe what she said. Let me guess. They're not moving here now? They're still coming, but so are Simon's parents. What? Here with us? Cherish's fingertips went to her mouth. Oh, no, I don't think so. I'm sure that only Favor and Simon are staying with us while they work on the house. Favor said Simon's parents are going to move here eventually. I'm not sure what that means. It sounds like Favor and Simon had to make some kind of compromise. I thought Favor was going to put her foot down. She felt sorry for them. Malachi looked down. It's a lot to take in, Cherish said. I never counted on Favor's in-laws moving here, too. Are you sure you can handle it? They'll probably be here a lot of the time. Cherish smiled. It'll be fine. They don't worry me. I can't let my dream of living close to my family fall apart because of Simon's parents. I know. It's just going to be strange. We're enjoying our privacy and alone time, and now we won't have it anymore. We'll be fine. It's Favor I'm worried about. I don't like to see her stressed. Everything will work out just fine. Malachi took his wife's hand in his. His hands were a little dirty, but she didn't complain. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. I'll get back to the house and find something to do. Okay, I'll see you at lunchtime. Cherish headed back to the house just as the wind picked up. Chapter 2. The treadle sewing machine hummed as Wilma pushed her foot down. The whirring needle was like a bee as it buzzed along the seams. Wilma finished sewing the trim around Cherish's quilt. All done. Finally. She snipped off the cotton at the end and stood up. Wilma pulled the soft and silky quilt up to her face and smelled the fabric. It smelled fresh, as though it had just been laundered. She wasn't sure what kind of fabric it was, but she'd purchased it from Krystal's quilt store. Krystal always liked everything just so, and wouldn't have kept fabric in her store unless it was the best quality available. Then she took a step back and looked at the quilt. Wilma took the colorful quilt by two corners and laid it over the couch so she could admire the handiwork of everyone who'd contributed. Everyone in the household had helped. Even Ada had done her fair share. It was a labor of love. Now that it was finished, she'd concentrate on making clothes for Florence's new baby. It was best to leave the sewing machine in the living room. It made more sense to have it there by the window rather than in the designated sewing room upstairs. Wilma glanced over at the old sewing machine and recalled that Florence had always sewed in that exact spot. There were a lot of things about those days that Wilma missed. It had been wonderful to have all her girls under one roof, rather than have half of them living so far away as they were now. Wilma folded the quilt and left it on the end of the couch so Ada could see it when she arrived. She normally got there mid-morning. Wilma peered out the window, taking another look at all the branches that had come down in the storm during the night. This is where she could have done with a man's help. But since the house was a part of the orchard, Matthew or Fairfax would no doubt move the branches at some point during the day. She was tempted to go outside and pick up the smaller bits and pieces, but that could take hours and keep her from her daily chores. Wilma walked into the kitchen and saw a basket full of ironing and decided to start on that. The house was way too quiet, and she hoped Ada would arrive soon to fill the house with chatter. It was when Wilma had finished ironing the last item that she heard the front door creaking open. "Hello?" Wilma called out when she heard Ada's heavy footsteps on the floorboards. "Hello?" Ada appeared in the kitchen and sat down at the kitchen table. She had her arms folded over her chest, and she was still wearing her large black coat. "What took you so long?" Wilma asked, glancing at the clock. It was nearly lunchtime. "Oh, Wilma, tree branches were strewn across the road from the storm. We had to move them to get here." "That's awful. It was the worst storm we've had in a while." "I see all the branches in your driveway. Samuel had to leave his buggy down near the road. Our place is the same, too. Lots of branches and leaves were blown around. Not as bad as this place, though. Samuel said he'd do some cleaning up here before he leaves." "Ugh, nay. Tell him not to. He could go to Fairfax's place on his way home and tell him about the mess. That would be helpful. Then Fairfax and Matthew will do the work." Wilma chuckled. "What a good idea. I'll tell him now." Ada stood up and went back outside. Wilma followed her out the door and took a better look at the debris. Once Ada had spoken to Samuel, who was now standing outside of his buggy, he looked up and waved to Wilma. "I don't mind doing this," he called out. "No, it's fine. Just stop by and ask Fairfax to do it. I'm sure he and Matthew can do it." "As long as you're sure," he said. "I am." Wilma watched as Samuel kissed Ada on the cheek before he got back into his buggy. A slither of envy crept into Wilma's heart. Wilma had been widowed twice, whereas Ada still had the husband she'd married in her youth. She shrugged off her envy and replaced it with happiness for her friend's blessing. "I'll make you a cup of tea, Ada." "I was hoping you would." Ada took off her coat and hung it on a peg by the door. After Wilma made a pot of tea, they sat down in the living room in front of the fire. "I was frightened last night," Ada admitted. "I'm not surprised. The wind was howling so loud. It even woke me up, and lately I've been sleeping solidly. I thought the house was going to blow away." "I was worried about you and everyone else," Wilma said. "I was worried about you, too, and so was Samuel. There's no man in this house." "Only Jared, but he won't be much help in an emergency." Wilma gave a little laugh. "That'll change when he grows up." Wilma pouted. She didn't need to be reminded that she was now alone, apart from her permanent house guests, Debbie and her young son, Jared, and Krystal. Yes, but who knows how long Jared will be here? I guess that's true, Wilma continued. I know Florence and Carter would have been okay last night. Their house can withstand anything. Hope and Fairfax's house is substantial, but Joy's house is little more than a cottage. Don't worry, you would have heard from them if there was something wrong. Ada put the teacup up to her mouth and took a sip. You're right. I do try not to worry so much. Wilma breathed deeply. Now, you must tell me this. Wilma leaned closer. What is it? I need to know what's going on with Fritz and Debbie. I couldn't sleep last night because I kept wondering if they're getting married. Then the rain started, and I ended up staying awake most of the night thinking about them. We both stayed awake last night. That's odd, isn't it? But what about Debbie and Fritz? Did she confide in you and tell you not to tell anyone? Because if she did, I'm sure she didn't mean to keep it from me. She knows we don't have secrets from each other. Wilma laughed. No, she said nothing to me. I imagined that if Fritz had asked her to marry him, she would have said so. You're going to have to wait and see, just like the rest of us. I don't like being kept in the dark, Ada groaned. No one does. I do have some good news, though. What's that? Ada asked. I've finished Cherish's quilt. I put it out somewhere that I thought you'd see it when you walked in, but you didn't. Ada grinned and rubbed her hands together. I must see it. Where is it? Take a look. Wilma rose to her feet, and Ada took a large mouthful of tea before she got to her feet. She followed Wilma over to look at the quilt. Ada's eyes grew wide. It's even prettier than I expected. She could tell by the way Wilma held it that she was very proud of it. She will be happy with that. It turned out well. Wilma looked over it. I think so. When shall we give it to her? Ada asked. We'll have to do it in person. We can't just mail it to her. It wouldn't be the same. I want to see the look on her face when she sees it. That's what will make all our handiwork and all the hours we spent on it worthwhile. I was wondering when we could see her. I'd like to go soon if we're opening the shop this year. We can't go at harvest time either. Let's go there soon and surprise her, Ada said. Wilma thought about Ada's suggestion for a moment. You'd come with me? Yeah, I couldn't let you go alone. Dinka, I'd like that. Good, I'll arrange it. When they heard the clip-clopping of horses' hooves, Ada hurried to the window and pulled aside the curtain. Oh, it's him. Who is it? Wilma asked. It's Eli. Why would he be here again? Ada looked over at Wilma. Wilma shrugged her shoulders. I'm not sure. Is that so? Ada stared at Wilma, raising her eyebrows. Yes. Don't look at me like that. I didn't know he was coming. Ada looked out the window again. I hope he doesn't trip over one of those branches in the driveway. He'll break a hip for sure. Or he'll break his neck. And then what will we do? Ada, for goodness sake, don't fret. Ada pursed her lips. He's not a spring chicken, Wilma. Wilma chuckled. She hadn't heard that expression in years. I'll see what he wants. Wilma folded up the quilt and put it back on the couch. He's come to see you. Why else would he be here? You're right, though. I'm sure he won't break his neck or his hip. He might just twist his ankle. Ada sighed as she followed Wilma to the door. My tea's getting cold. Hush now, Wilma said with a laugh. I'll make you another pot. Ada whispered, I hope he hasn't brought you another rose plant. We'll have to close down the orchard and start a rose farm. We won't have room for the apple trees anymore. Wilma giggled as she opened the door. Eli had just stepped onto the porch. Good morning, Wilma. Oh, you're here too, Ada. Morning, Eli. Yes, Ada's here. We were just having tea. Would you like to join us? No, I won't stay. I just came to see if you got through the storm okay. He glanced over his shoulder. I see you've got a lot of mess to clean up. It's just as well I came. Ada stepped forward. Fairfax has been informed, and he'll be here soon to clean it up. I'll help. I've got nothing else to do this morning. I've already cleared my yard of branches. Is there any other damage, Wilma? I'm not sure. Maybe trees have fallen on fences, but that's Fairfax's problem to fix. And no, I can't have you do any work. You must sit with us and have a cup of tea, or I can make you coffee. You prefer coffee, don't you? Are you sure, Wilma? It won't take me long to clear all this up. Well, it might, but I don't mind. He smiled widely at Wilma. Ada took hold of his arm. Of course we're sure. Come along. Ada only let go of his arm when they were sitting at the kitchen table. The kitchen was now brightly lit by the sun that had just broken through the clouds. You sit, Wilma. I'll do everything, Ada ordered. Wilma began to protest, but Ada raised her hand. Everything will be easier if you sit. I've had plenty of practice. Wilma smiled as she sat down. All right, then. Eli took off his coat and hat and placed them on the empty chair beside him. Ada went back into the living room and fetched hers and Wilma's teacups. She placed them on the kitchen table before she proceeded to make Eli his coffee. What have you been up to lately, Wilma? Eli asked. I've just finished a quilt that the family has made for Cherish. Ada and I are thinking of making a surprise visit to Willersburg to see her. Won't she be back for a visit? Why would you go all that way? It's not that far. It's just a few hours by car, Wilma said. Cherish and Malachi have a farm. It's not going to be easy for them to get away, Ada said. Eli shook his head. It's got to be a day's travel. Ada placed a cup of coffee in front of him. Sugar or cream? Black's fine, Denka. Ada sat down with them. Wilma noticed that she hadn't made a fresh pot of tea. No tea, Ada? Ada took hold of her original cup of tea. I'll make another one a bit later. When are you thinking of leaving for the farm? Eli asked. We haven't decided yet. We want to go soon, don't we, Ada? That's right. Eli leaned back in his chair. I've never been to Willersburg. That's where they live, isn't it? It is. There's not much there. You haven't missed much. Ada's gaze fell to the table. We have some news that Favor and her husband are moving there. They're buying some land. They've already bought the land, Wilma, Ada corrected her. Yes, that's right. They're moving a house to put on it. It's an old house, but everyone in the community will help fix it, I'm sure. Ada added, Cherish and Favor will live close by. That makes Wilma and I happy, doesn't it, Wilma? It does. How long will you be away? Eli asked. Not long. We never go away for more than a few days. Debbie needs me to help with Jared. Krystal needs me, too. She's got a few things going on. Then there's Florence. She needs emotional support while she goes through her second pregnancy. Eli's face lit up. Congratulations on another grandchild, Wilma. Denka. Ada leaned across the table and tapped Wilma on the arm. Don't forget Hope. What's the matter with Hope? Eli sipped his coffee. Nothing. Well, we're not sure, but maybe nothing. You just want to be here for everyone, isn't that right? Eli stared at Wilma. It's true. That's what kind of woman you are. Wilma smiled back at him. What are your plans for the day, Eli? Ada asked. He took another sip of coffee before he answered. I'm going to paint my living room. I've had the paint sitting there for months, and now I figure it's time to get the gloom out of the house.
It has a way of seeping into the place, collecting in corners and hanging in the shadows.
I know what you mean. It's been some time since our house was painted. I'll have a word with Samuel about that. He loves to paint. He might be able to do that while I'm away. I don't like the smell of paint." They talked some more, and as soon as Eli finished his coffee, Ada clanked the coffee pot on the table and poured him another cup.
"Thank you. There are some things I want to keep the same around the house and the garden so I can remember Franny. Then there are other things I want to change. I'm sure you feel the same, Wilma."
Wilma nodded. "I like to remember some things about my life with Levi, but it made me too sad to see his chair in the living room. I had to get it out of the house."
"I'm the same. Now, look at this table here. See how many memories it must hold. It's got a shine from years of being rubbed down with oil."
Eli's fingers felt the impressions in the wood.
"These dents are from cutlery and glasses. You must have so many memories of people sitting around it."
"I do," Wilma sighed. "So many memories."
"All good memories, yeah?"
Ada asked. "Yes, all good ones going back many years. This table was here before I lived at the house. From memory, Josiah's father made it. I've got memories of 2 marriages in this house and all our children. Josiah's 3 children he had with his late wife before we were married, and then there was Bliss from Levi's first marriage."
"I'm not sure how that would feel. I only have one wife to long for."
Ada took another sip of tea, staring straight ahead.
"It's the simple things I miss about Franny. I used to wake up in the morning to the smell of fresh baking bread. It's my most favorite smell in the world. I'd sit at the table and she'd give me 2 slices of warm bread with lashings of butter. The butter would melt into the bread. It was so soft. Then, before I'd finish the bread, she'd set my coffee in front of me. We'd sit together and talk."
He took a mouthful of coffee.
"She'd know everything I wanted just by me thinking about it."
Wilma looked over at Ada. It was obvious that Eli wasn't looking for another wife. If he was, he wouldn't talk so much about Franny.
"I should go."
He drained his coffee and then stood up.
"Let me know before you leave to visit Cherish."
"I will."
"I've got my cousin coming to visit in a week. I hope you'll both be able to meet him. I'm not sure how long he'll be staying."
"We hope so, too," Ada said. Eli looked at Wilma.
"Remember the good times."
"I think about them often." He nodded.
"Me too. Goodbye."
The 2 ladies went to stand up to see him out, but he put up his hands.
"Don't trouble yourselves. I know my way out."
He grabbed his coat and hat and walked out of the kitchen. "Eli!" Wilma called out to him. He hesitated at the doorway and turned back.
"Yes, Wilma?"
"I'm glad you stopped by."
"I am too."
He continued through the living room. They heard him open the door, and then it closed. Ada and Wilma listened as his footsteps faded on the porch, and then they didn't hear him any more.
"Ugh, Wilma, if you're going to flirt with him, wait until I'm not around."
Wilma studied her friend's face to see if she was joking. She didn't appear to be. "How was I flirting?"
"What was all that just now about you being glad he stopped by?"
"I am. It's nice that someone checks on me. It feels good. Samuel and I checked on you. Anyway, your house is solid, so I knew nothing would have happened to you or the house." "I know, but since Levi's been gone, there is a space there. It's a hole in my heart, and I'm not sure it will ever be filled." Ada leaned forward and grabbed her hand and squeezed it.
"I know how you feel. If Eli makes you happy, I can leave next time he comes here, and then you can flirt to your heart's content."
Oh, no. You don't need to do that. Nothing will come of our friendship, so don't let your imagination run away with you. I don't want to marry again. I'm sure Eli will never think about a second marriage. He's too wrapped up in his memories of Franny. It must have been nice for her to have been so loved.
If you say so, but Levi loved you just as much as Eli loved Franny. He just wasn't noisy about it. If you had died before him, he would have kept all his feelings to himself.
I suppose so.
I'm going to make that fresh pot of tea now. You know how I detest cold tea.
I know. That's why I'm surprised you've been drinking it. Okay, let's do it soon. Ada swung around.
Shall we go to the farm?
Yeah, I can't wait. Chapter 3. That night, Ada and Samuel stayed at Wilma's place for the evening meal. Wilma was anxious to share her travel news with Debbie and Krystal. When there was a lull in the conversation, Ada gave Wilma a nod, prompting her to raise the subject. Wilma cleared her throat. Debbie and Krystal, I've got something to tell you. They both looked up from their food. What is it? Debbie placed her knife and fork down on her plate. We've finished Cherish's quilt. I just sewed the final stitch this morning. That's great news, Debbie said.
That's not the news she's talking about. Tell them the rest, Wilma, Ada insisted.
Ada and I are going to take it to her.
Take it? You mean you're going to go all the way to Willersburg? Krystal asked.
Yes. You could mail it, Debbie suggested.
I can take it to the post office tomorrow. I go there every day.
Wilma shook her head, smiling all the while. Thank you, but I want to see her face when she looks at it for the first time.
So do I, Ada added.
Are you going too, Samuel? Krystal asked. It'll do you good to get away, Debbie said. You haven't been to the farm in a while.
Can I come too?
Jared called out from the children's table. Debbie frowned at him. You shouldn't interrupt adults when they're talking.
But no one was talking when I asked,
Jared whined. Debbie took a deep breath. We're not going, Jared. Not this time.
Why not?
I've got to stay here and sell tea. You've got to start school.
I don't want to go to school. I want to go to the farm and see Cherish.
I said no. Now hush. Debbie shook her finger at Jared.
Aw, we never go anywhere.
Jared hung his head. Another time, Jared. This time it'll be just me and Ada, Wilma told him. We'll take you next time.
But it's always just you and Ada. What about me?
Debbie frowned. Jared, that's enough. Jared didn't let up.
How long will you be gone for, Aunt Wilma?
Not long, just a couple of days. I can't be gone too long or I'd miss you too much. Jared smiled and went back to eating his noodles. Noodles were all he wanted to eat lately. Finally, Samuel got a chance to speak.
To answer your question, Krystal, I'll be staying here, keeping an eye on this place and my place.
You can come if you want, Samuel, Ada said.
No, I'll stay. I don't enjoy long car rides anymore.
Okay, suit yourself, Ada said.
When are you leaving? Krystal asked. Early Wednesday morning. Krystal was delighted. It was perfect timing because Hope's friend would be there for the Sunday meeting. Sigrid had already agreed to be a part of the plan they had for Matthew. Ada was too nosy and might have figured out what they were up to. Ada kept a close eye on Matthew since he was her nephew. When Wilma went to bed that night, Krystal stayed up with Debbie. Krystal was sitting in the lounge room in her nightgown, her feet up on the coffee table and her chin resting on her hand. She was looking at Debbie, who was still in her day clothes but had kicked off her shoes. The two women looked at the fire. The flames were licking the wood, devouring it with hungry tongues, sending curls of smoke high into the air. It's perfect timing that Wilma's going away, Krystal whispered. Debbie was jolted by Krystal's sudden words. Why's that? I told Hope the problems I'm having with Matthew, and she helped me come up with a plan. What problems are you having with Matthew? Oh, you mean how he suddenly dated Fenella when he said he liked you? Exactly. How can I trust what he says now? I've got the suspicion that he wants to get married to anyone who's convenient. Fenella moved back home, so she's not convenient. Then he comes back to me. I forgave him for the Fenella thing, and we put it behind us. He wants to marry me. What's the plan? Debbie got up and rearranged some logs in the fire with a poker. Hope is getting a friend of hers to flirt with him, and we'll see what he does. He hasn't met this friend of hers, and then we'll see what happens. If he flirts with her, we're through. Debbie placed the iron poker back in the stand and sat down. I can't believe you're doing this. Hope's going along with it? She sure is. It was her idea. Debbie raised her eyebrows. Krystal studied Debbie's face. You don't approve? Not really. Matthew will eventually find out. And then what? He won't find out. Not if he doesn't take the bait. I think it's a great idea. Then I'll know exactly which way to jump. To him or away from him. Just think about it some more, would you? In my experience, things like this never end well. Deception and secrets never end well. Krystal was silent. What experience had Debbie had? Nothing. She'd only had 2 relationships since her husband died. In both of those cases, each man clearly was interested in her from the start. I won't talk any more about it. Don't do that. Now that you've told me, you'll have to keep me informed. That is, if you decide to go ahead with it, Debbie said. Debbie had her own romance to worry about. Fritz had convinced her he was going home to get things ready for their future. Without saying it outright, he hinted that he was a planner and wasn't going to jump into a hasty marriage. Debbie already knew she wanted to marry him. She was sure of how she felt. If Fritz had felt the same, he would have proposed the day he left. When Debbie's head hit the pillow that night, she wasn't worried about Fritz meeting another woman and falling in love. He was a serious Amish man, and if he'd gone this far in his life without finding love, he wouldn't suddenly fall in love with some stranger. He wasn't fickle like Matthew was, and for that she was grateful. She closed her eyes and prayed for certainty with Fritz. Perhaps he could send her a letter with some love-filled or encouraging words. Then she'd at least know that he was thinking of her while they were apart. Chapter 4. On Wednesday morning, Wilma was rushing about, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything. She'd baked pies and cookies to take to Cherish's place, and she'd also packed a large suitcase full of clothes, just in case she decided to stay longer than planned. Debbie had carried the suitcase downstairs for her. "The car's here," Jared called out, jumping up and down excitedly. Ada had to take hold of his arm to stop him from running over to get a better look at the car. He was fascinated by them. Ada and Samuel had arrived 15 minutes earlier and had been in the kitchen packing the food into boxes. Now Jared was taking Ada's attention. "Sit on the step, Jared, and don't move. Wilma, are you ready?" A breathless Wilma came to the door. "I'm ready. I've got everything, I think." Once Samuel had carried the food to the car, he and the driver placed the suitcases and other boxes into the trunk. "We're going to miss you both," Krystal said, stepping forward to hug them. "I'm sure Cherish is going to love that quilt. It's got a few unusual things about it, as well as being mostly traditional." "Can I come too?" Jared sprang off the step and hung onto the end of Wilma's dress. Wilma crouched down so she could talk to him at eye level. "No, you can't. But if you're a good boy, I'll bring you back a surprise." A smile spread across his face. "I'll be good. What kind of surprise?" "You'll have to wait and see." Wilma stood up and looked around. "Have we got everything?" Everything's in the trunk, and we have snacks. Ada lifted a bag that was looped over her arm. Good. Wilma had already hugged Krystal goodbye, and now it was Debbie's turn. Look after the place. There's enough firewood cut, and there's plenty of food in the kitchen.
Don't worry about any of that, Samuel said. I'll keep an eye on everything.
Danka, Samuel. Ada kissed her husband on the cheek and then got into the back seat of the car. Once Ada slid over, Wilma sat beside her and closed the door. Then she pushed a button, and the window lowered. Goodbye, everyone. Wait! Jared called out as the car started to move off. Wilma saw Jared running into the house. Will I stop? The driver asked. No, just keep going. Ada made shooing movements with her hand. No, please stop. We should wait and see what he's doing. I don't want him to feel unheard. Oh, Wilma, we should just go. You know what Jared's like. He may not even come back out of the house. Jared came running out with a brown paper-wrapped parcel in his hands. Oh, my, Ada! The quilt! We forgot it! Wilma got out of the car and took the parcel from him. Tinka, Jared! How did you know we hadn't packed it in the car? Come on, Wilma! We're paying the driver by the hour, Ada urged. Wilma ignored her friend. Well, Jared? I saw what went into the trunk, and I saw Krystal wrapping the quilt, and no one put it in the car. Good boy, Jared, Krystal said, while Debbie smiled proudly at her son. Wilma tucked the quilt under one arm and gave Jared another hug. You're a very special boy. Then she whispered, and I will bring back something special for you. Danka, Aunt Wilma! Jared ran back and stood by his mother's side while Wilma got back into the car. She placed the quilt between herself and Ada, and then fastened her seatbelt. Ada chuckled. I can't believe we would have gone all that way without the quilt. That's the whole reason for us going there. I know, Wilma laughed. Drive on, Ada told the driver. Yes, ma'am. Wilma's heart pounded as the car moved from the driveway onto the road. It always gave her a little anxiety to leave home. Oh, Ada, I'm so excited to see Cherish. We must be crazy to go to all this trouble when we could have mailed it, Ada said. It's such a long drive. Just as well I brought water and snacks. I'm already a bit hungry, but I'll wait until we're halfway there before we eat. You won't think we're crazy when we see how pleased Cherish will be when she sees the quilt. I hope Cherish will be ready for us, Ada laughed. We're a houseful. I don't think she'll be complaining. I've sensed some loneliness in her voice the last couple of times I've talked with her on the phone. It would be an adjustment to move to the isolated farm. You warned her about that for years, Wilma. I remember her always saying she'll move to the farm as soon as she could, and you'd always said it would be too quiet for her. That's right, I did. I can tell you one thing. It won't be quiet when Favor arrives. Ada chuckled again. You're right about that. I hope the town will be ready for the two of them. I know. I told Jared I'd bring him back a surprise. Do not let me forget. It's not his birthday or Christmas. Why would you say you'd get him a surprise? You don't want to spoil him, do you? No, but it doesn't hurt once in a while. I wouldn't do it every week. That would be spoiling him. He is improving as he gets older, I will say that. Wilma looked out the window, pleased that Ada could see an improvement in Jared. Sometimes Ada was a hard woman to please. Chapter 5. Ada, wake up! We're here! Wilma leaned over and shook Ada's arm. Ada snorted and then rubbed her eyes as she looked out the car's window. We're here already? Yes, you were asleep all the way. Why didn't you wake me? Now I'll be awake all night like a barn owl on a windy night. Ada's eyes fell to her bag.
And we never ate the snacks.
We stopped halfway, but you stayed asleep. Wilma hurried out of the car. Cherish! Yoo-hoo! Guess who's here? Ada got out too, and after she stretched a couple of times, she followed Wilma to the house. The front door flung open, and Cherish stared at them as though she couldn't believe her eyes. Then she ran to them and wrapped her arms around them both. What are you doing here? I'm sorry we didn't call, Wilma said. Ada rushed past them.
I need the bathroom.
We wanted to surprise you, Wilma told Cherish. I'm so glad you're here. Cherish led her mother inside. Thanks so much for coming. This is so exciting. We wanted to see how you're doing. Cherish's dog came over and gave Wilma a lick. Wilma jumped and looked down at Caramel. Still got the dog, I see. Cherish smiled. Of course. Then Cherish stuck her head out the front door and called out for Malachi, just as Ada joined them. Malachi came out of the barn, and Cherish, Ada, and Wilma walked back out onto the porch. He walked over.
This is a surprise. How long can you stay?
We can stay for a few days, Ada told him. Malachi looked over and saw the driver pulling all the items out of the trunk and rushed over to help him. Come into the kitchen. You must be hungry. I'll fix you something to eat, and then you can both tell me all the latest news.
I can't wait to hear about all that's happened to you, Ada said.
Malachi placed their bags into two of the rooms while Cherish put the water on to boil. She knew Ada loved her hot tea. Malachi stuck his head around the kitchen doorway.
I've put bags in 2 different rooms. I don't know what belongs to who.
That's all right. Thank you, Malachi. We'll sort it out. Oh, can you bring the largest cardboard box into the kitchen? We brought some food.
Sure.
Ada sat down at the table, and Wilma and Cherish sat across from her.
Will you join us, Malachi?
Ada asked when he came back into the room.
I've just got some things to do in the barn, and then I'll be back. Such a hard worker, Ada commented.
I'll have a cup of hot chocolate waiting for you, Cherish called after him.
Thank you.
Debbie sent some tea for you. It's in one of the boxes. Ada went to stand up. No, get it later. I just want to look at the both of you. I missed you so much. Mom laughed. It's only been a few weeks. It's been longer than a few weeks. Tell me everything I've missed out on. What's happening with Debbie and Krystal? Ada grinned.
Love is hanging around for both of them.
Really? Ada filled Cherish in on everything they knew about Fritz and Debbie. Then Ada told them that Krystal and Matthew were also getting closer. I hope it works out for them both. Then I'll be alone in the house, Mom said. Move here. There's plenty of room. Ada cleared her throat loudly.
What about me, Cherish?
Cherish smiled at Ada. Do you want to move here too? You can if you want to. You're always welcome, both you and Samuel.
Thank you for the offer, but we're fine at the moment.
Ada leaned over and patted Cherish's hand. Cherish was relieved, but tried not to show it. Ada was fine in small doses only. Ada continued,
Wilma would have to leave her other daughters and grandchildren if she moves here. I can't see her doing that. It'll never happen.
Favor and I will have children soon, and then she'll have grandchildren here. Mom sighed. If only all of you could have stayed close by, and you were all in the one place.
Think of me. All of mine moved away. You should be pleased that you live near some of them, Ada said. We can't keep them close forever.
The tea kettle boiled, and Cherish jumped up to make them tea. Once the tea had steeped, Cherish poured out 3 cups. She arranged the cookies and was just about to heat the milk for Malachi's hot chocolate when she heard someone at the door.
Knock, knock. Anyone home?
Who's that? Wilma asked as they listened to the footsteps getting louder. Jed, Malachi's brother, appeared, filling the doorway of the kitchen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had visitors, Cherish.
Chapter 6. Cherish jumped to her feet. "Jed, this is my mother, Wilma, and her friend Ada."
Oh, nice to meet you.
He walked over and shook their hands. "And you are?" Ada asked.
I'm Malachi's brother.
Ada and Wilma stared at each other.
"I didn't see you at the wedding."
Ada looked him up and down.
No, I couldn't make it. None of the family could, sadly, and with deep regret.
"Are you staying here?" Wilma asked.
If we'd known that.
"No," Cherish said. "He's staying next door with Ruth. Would you like a cup of tea, Jed?" He held his hands up.
I don't want to interrupt anything.
Nonsense. We'd love to get to know you.
Ada pulled out the chair next to her.
Sit down. We have cookies, too.
Jed sat next to Ada, smiling as he did so.
"I hope your family approves of Cherish, Jed. Do they?" Ada asked.
They will when they meet her. It shouldn't be too long before that happens.
"What do you do for a living, Jed?"
Ada was staring at him all the while.
Nothing at the moment. I'm helping Ruth out for my keep. I'm doing odd jobs in return for staying in her stable quarters.
Ada pursed her lips and took another look at him.
"You look well-dressed, like a business owner."
He laughed.
No. Maybe one day, when I get some cash, I'll open a combination clothing and convenience store. That's what I want to do. I'm not sure where I'll open it. Not around here. There wouldn't be enough customers in a small place like this.
"I suppose it's good to have a plan," Mom said. "It must be nice for Malachi to have family around."
Yeah, you'd think so,
Jed chuckled.
"Have a cookie, Jed."
Cherish pushed the plate of cookies closer. She hoped Jed would be quiet about the strained relationship Malachi had with his entire family. All Cherish's family had been told was that the wedding had been too far for Malachi's family members to attend. That's all they needed to know. It had taken Malachi a long time to reveal his family's past to her, and he wouldn't want Jed opening his big mouth about things. Jed took a chocolate chip cookie from the plate and examined it before he took a bite.
I am fond of cookies.
"Me too. Try one of the other ones, too."
Jed took another one because of Ada's urging, and then he swallowed his mouthful.
The first bite is sweet, but not over-the-top sugar sweet. The sugar is balanced with cinnamon to the point where the taste can't be identified. If a cookie this good was served in a restaurant, it would be a classic.
"That's right, there is cinnamon in it," Cherish told him. "I'm glad you like them. It's a new recipe. It's one of Dagmar's recipes."
"I didn't hear a horse and buggy. Did you walk over from Ruth's house?"
Ada asked him. Cherish held her breath for what he was about to reveal.
I borrowed Ruth's car.
There was no hesitation in his words. That showed he wasn't ashamed of going against the Ordnung and driving a modern vehicle.
"You what?"
Ada gripped the edge of the table.
"You drove a car?"
I've been driving for over a year now. It's not hard.
He scraped back his chair and stood up.
You might not approve, but I come and go as I please. I'm not subject to your rules.
Ada gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Cherish frowned. Even she hadn't expected his response.
"You don't mean that, Jed."
I do mean it, Cherish. Thanks for the tea and the cookies.
"Please don't go, Jed," Wilma pleaded, rising from her seat. "We want to get to know you."
I'll be back before you go.
Cherish stood beside Mom and reached for Jed's arm. "Why don't you come back for dinner tonight and bring Ruth? We'd love it if you could."
Maybe. I'll ask her. Thanks, Cherish.
He walked out of the room without saying anything more.
"Well, that was a shock."
Mom shook her head.
"I'm sorry, he's not usually like that." "He sure didn't like me asking about driving. I think he's been drinking," Ada said, recovering from her shock. "He's too emotional."
"I don't think he drinks. Could you smell any drink on him?" Cherish asked.
"No, but I've never seen anyone fly into such a temper after eating cookies. People are normally happy when they eat cookies, and he did say they were good. More than good."
I hope he comes back tonight with Ruth, Wilma said. I'd like to know more about him.
If he doesn't, can you apologize for me? Although I don't know what I did to upset him.
Ada bit her lip.
I wouldn't worry too much about it,
Cherish told her. Ada shrugged her shoulders.
I'll have to take your word for it, but I was so shocked that he drove a car. I couldn't keep quiet about that.
I know, but he justifies it in his mind.
Oh, Cherish, we could all justify anything if we wanted to.
Ada shook her head. Cherish didn't know what to say, so she didn't say anything at all. She just got busy and heated the milk for Malachi's hot chocolate. Chapter 7.
Maybe Jed's just going through a hard time. Now, what do you have planned for the evening meal, Cherish? We'll help you, and we'll make plenty just in case your guests come. Tinka, Mom. I can bake some chicken, and we can have noodles along with vegetables. Mashed potatoes with a beef casserole.
My mouth is watering already. It's a good thing I didn't eat the snacks in the car. And I won't say anything about driving to Jed again if he comes back. I won't mention anything at all.
Ada made a face.
That's probably best.
Wilma patted Ada's arm. Cherish would never forget the shock on her mother's and Ada's faces when Jed told them that he drove a car. Jed was not a person to give in to pressure, so their disapproval meant nothing to him. From what Cherish knew of him, he made his own rules and followed them, too. That evening, when the sun was sinking in the sky, Cherish stood at the window watching as Ruth's car pulled into the yard and stopped.
"They're here! They came!"
she called out. She walked to the door to let them in, and a few moments later, both Ruth and Jed stood in the living room with Ada and Wilma.
I'm sorry I was in such a bad temper this afternoon,
Jed apologized.
You see, I question our rules sometimes. I can't see why it's bad to drive a car or a truck, and it's okay for some communities to use tractors, which is close to driving a car. They all have engines. Where do you put the dividing line?
I guess the bishop decides that,
Ada said in a quiet voice. Jed tilted his head to one side.
Maybe I should be happier to go along with the elders and the bishop. I've always wanted my own way with things. Anyway, I shouldn't have been rude to you lovely people. I honestly don't know what got into me. I'm sorry for what I said and for walking out like I did.
Cherish heard the sincerity in his voice and smiled.
We accept your apology, don't we, Wilma?
Of course we do. You get into a bad mood when you're hungry, Ruth told Jed.
Maybe, but I'm ready to be friends. Shall we start over?
He held out his hand. Ada shook it, and then Wilma did the same. I didn't know what you were having for the main meal, Cherish, so I couldn't bring anything to complement that. So I whipped up a soufflé. I suppose you would never have had a soufflé before, so that's why I wanted to make you all one. Ruth grinned with delight as she took off the dish towel covering the round ceramic container. Ada peered at the concoction.
What sort of food is that?
It's made with eggs and a few other things. It should have risen, but it didn't. I beat it by hand, but I really think I needed my electric mixer, but it broke some time ago. Ruth poked the soufflé with one of her long bony fingers.
It looks like rubber, Jed said. I've never had a soufflé before. Is that what they're supposed to be like?
It won't taste like rubber. I'm sure it will still taste good, Ruth said. I'm sure it will, Wilma nodded. Cherish took the bowl from Ruth.
I'll put it in the kitchen. Thanks, Ruth. I'm sure it'll taste great.
Yeah, just like the poos you made last time we were here for a meal.
Jed sniggered.
Poos?
Ada asked.
It didn't turn out quite as I expected. It was a cross between a pie and a moose, so I called it a poos. It still tasted good, don't you think so, Jed?
Undoubtedly.
Ada clapped her hands.
Now might be a good time, Wilma.
Chapter 8. Oh, yes. Now that we're surrounded by friends and family, we have something to give you, Cherish and Malachi. For us? What is it? Cherish asked.
You can both sit down while Wilma gets it.
Wilma disappeared into one of the rooms, then took hold of the quilt that Krystal had carefully wrapped in brown paper. She brought it out and placed it in Cherish's lap.
Open it,
Ada ordered as everyone gathered around. Cherish ripped open the paper and gasped at the sight of the loveliest quilt she had ever seen. All the bare areas had been covered with lovely applique of small flowers, which made it unusual and quite different from the traditional Amish quilts. Cherish could not take her eyes from it. "It's so lovely. I don't know what to say." "We're glad you like it," Wilma said. Malachi's eyes were as large as 2 full moons.
I've never seen a finer quilt. Is it a family heirloom?
No, Ada told him. "We made it, all of us, but mostly Wilma. That's why it took her so long. When I say all of us, I mean Debbie did some, and Krystal did a bit too." Ruth took a step closer and peered at it. "The stitching is exquisite. Is it all done by hand?" "Some hand stitching and some machine work. It would have been nice if we had it completed for your wedding day, Cherish, but that came upon us rather fast," Mom said.
If I can share a secret, we didn't even start on it until after your wedding.
Ada gave a laugh. Cherish held the quilt up to her cheek. "I love it. Dinka, Mom and Ada." She handed the quilt over to Malachi, and then got up and hugged her mother, and then hugged Ada.
"Yes, thank you," Malachi said. "We'll take good care of it and pass it down to the next generation."
Ada put her hand over her heart.
"Do you two have news already?"
Ada fanned her face with her hand.
"Oh, I'm delighted."
Malachi raised his hands.
No, not yet."
Cherish laughed, realizing Ada thought that she might be expecting. "No, Ada. We'll tell you as soon as we know anything along those lines."
"Now that we've sorted that issue out, I'm starving. Can we eat now?" Jed asked.
"You're always hungry," Ruth laughed at him.
"I'm a growing man."
Ruth looked him up and down.
"I hope you don't grow too much. You won't get any taller, and your belly will start growing."
Everyone laughed. "The food is ready. We can all sit down." Cherish headed into the kitchen, and everyone followed. The table was set for dinner. The mashed potatoes covered the beef casserole like a thick blanket of snow. The roast chicken and beans were in another dish, steaming hot. There was a green salad on the table, too, decorated on the outside of the bowl with tiny red tomatoes. After they closed their eyes and said their silent prayers, they passed the dishes of food around. There was an air of general happiness and light-heartedness about, and Cherish was pleased to have Malachi's brother in the same room. Cherish smiled. Apart from her wedding, this was one of the happiest days of her life. She had a new home and a new husband. Even her brother-in-law was growing on her. Chapter 9. Dessert was set out on the counter, ready for later. Rhubarb pie, a bowl of sugar, and a jar of cinnamon. Ruth's soufflé was in the center. When they had finished the first course, Ada and Cherish cleared the table, while Mom brought each dessert to the table. "We made this rhubarb pie at home and brought it with us. We didn't have time for any fancy desserts," Ada apologized in a low voice to Malachi.
"This is plenty," he assured her. "It's a lot more than we're used to eating. When it's just us, we don't often have dessert."
"Well, Malachi, do you want a little of everything?" Mom asked.
"Oh, yes, I'm sure everyone does." "I won't deny it," Jed said, picking his bowl up and handing it to Wilma.
Wilma placed a little of each dessert in everyone's bowl. "The pie is homemade, then?" Ruth asked.
Yes, as all pies should be, Ada added.
It's delicious, Malachi nodded.
Ruth had a taste. You can't tell how much sugar is in it.
I can, Jed said. I think it's a little too sweet.
Ada raised her eyebrows.
Jed, you're always finding fault with something.
Ruth shook her head at him.
I'm a critical person. I always have been. It's better than going along with things and not speaking up.
You're always criticizing something, Ruth muttered again.
Malachi didn't even look at Jed and tried to ignore him. The dessert plates were taken away once everyone was finished.
Thank you, Cherish. That meal was delicious, Ruth said. Mom and Ada helped. Ruth sighed. There's still some of my souffle left. No one likes it. I noticed you each ate it, but didn't go back for seconds. I didn't like it too much, truly, Ada said. I only like my eggs scrambled. I don't like eggs for dessert. Custard has eggs in it, doesn't it? I shouldn't have told you what was in it. You did say eggs were in it, but I thought I'd give it a try regardless, Ada said.
Would you like to take it home with you, Ruth? Cherish asked.
No, leave it for your visitors. You didn't tell me your mother and Ada were coming.
I didn't even know.
That must have been a nice surprise.
It was.
Malachi laughed.
It was a good surprise. I like surprises.
Everyone does, Jed commented.
Malachi frowned at him.
I like them more than most. I bet you do. I wonder if Cherish likes surprises just as much.
Cherish didn't like the tension building between the two brothers. It seemed they were going to argue about who liked surprises the most. Why don't we play cards?
I don't know any card games, Ruth said. My husband played poker. Is that a card game? I suppose Amish people don't play poker, do they? I don't think so, Ada said. Anyway, if they do, they shouldn't. Maybe it's time for Jed to drive me home. We can play cards another time.
Ruth gave Cherish a knowing look.
Perhaps you can come to visit me tomorrow, just briefly.
Cherish knew that Ruth had something private to tell her.
Sure, I'll do that. Going so soon? Ada asked. The night has only begun. I like to have early nights, Ruth said. Early to bed, early to rise makes this old woman healthy and wise. I think I just made most of that up. I heard that somewhere, but forget the end of it. Something about wealthy, I think.
You wouldn't be the only person in this house making something up.
Jed gave Malachi a sidelong glance. Ruth gave him a shove.
Time to go, Jed.
As Cherish walked Jed and Ruth to the front door, she said goodnight to them. Ruth stopped in the doorway, her hand on the frame.
Cherish, I forgot to tell you. I went to the doctor today.
Oh?
He confirmed my suspicions. I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm not having any more children.
Ruth cackled at her own joke.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Then Ruth whispered,
Don't forget to stop by tomorrow.
I will. Cherish closed the door and saw that everyone had moved to the living room. She sat on the couch, feeling all eyes on her.
That was a strange thing for her to say, Ada said.
Cherish had to agree. I know. She's got an odd sense of humor. I don't know why she says some of the things she does.
What a thoroughly entertaining day, Ada said. Yes, and interesting neighbors, Mom added. I'm sorry that my brother is so rude at times.
Cherish looked over at Malachi. She didn't want her family to know there was any tension between Malachi and his brother. She looked back at Wilma and Ada.
Jed might be nervous about meeting you both. He didn't seem nervous. Ruth seemed the same as ever. I noticed that because Jed blew up when we mentioned driving the car. I can see everyone is hesitant to bring it up to him again.
Malachi cleared his throat. I guess Cherish and I think it's up to him. He knows what he's doing. We can't make him do something or force him not to do something when he's a grown man. Ada pursed her lips. What does your mother say about your brother's actions, Malachi? Cherish whipped her head around to look at Malachi. Was he going to admit that he hadn't spoken to his parents for years? Then Mom and Ada would be concerned, and they wouldn't let it go until they knew every little detail about his family. Cherish didn't want them to know what she'd only just learned herself. It might be better if they never learned about Malachi's parents. Chapter 10. Malachi thought about Ada's question. My parents don't say a lot about him. There's not much they can do with Jed being fully grown and all. Wally walked over and settled himself at Malachi's feet. Still got your best friend, I see. Ada stared at the goose. Yes, he's part of the family. One of our children. Hopefully the family will increase soon, but not with geese or other strange animals. We'd like to see an increase with human babies. Ada smiled. Cherish waited for Malachi to respond. He seemed to be watching her, deciding what to say. Ada raised an eyebrow. Cherish, you're not pregnant, are you? Cherish shook her head. No, I already told you that before we ate. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what God's will is for us, Malachi said. I know you said you weren't expecting, Cherish, but sometimes people don't let others know until they're further along. Cherish relaxed into her chair. We've only been married for a couple of months. I don't think we need to even talk about it right now or even think about that. Mothers are always wanting more grandchildren, Cherish, Ada told her. Cherish couldn't help but smile. She had missed Ada nagging at her. Malachi, tell me about your brothers and your sisters. I don't have sisters. I have 4 older brothers. There's not much to tell. You've met Jed. They're all pretty much the same as he is. They are all married and have big families, right? Ada asked. Cherish leaned forward. Jed's not married. I didn't think he was. It would take a certain kind of woman to overlook some of the habits he's gotten himself into. Are any of your brothers married? None of them are, as far as I know, Malachi told her. That's strange. Why wouldn't you know? Wilma asked. Malachi just sat there, not knowing what to say. Cherish had to help him out. He hasn't seen his family for a while. But surely, I'll clean up in the kitchen. Can you both come and talk to me while I do it? Cherish stood up, and then Ada and Wilma followed her into the kitchen, leaving Malachi sitting in front of the fire with the pets. Sit down, Cherish told them once they were in the kitchen. I'll do everything. I just want you both to keep me company. Ada and Wilma sat at the table while Cherish started to put the dishes into the sink. I'll make you a pot of tea. Mom leaned over and helped to stack the dishes. We want to help while we're here. You can't do everything. This won't take long. I can do that, Mom. Just relax. I insist on making the tea, then, Ada said. Cherish laughed. Okay. Cherish's hands moved expertly over the dishes, scrubbing and rinsing. Once she'd washed and dried the dishes, she prepared the kitchen for the morning. She put the coffee on the counter within easy reach and set the frying pan on the stove. While doing so, she paused occasionally to glance over at Mom and Ada, the smile on her face growing as she did so. It was so nice to have them here. By that time, Ada had made the tea. Cherish prepared a plate of oatmeal raisin cookies and sat down. Who's going to milk the cow in the morning? Ada asked. Cherish stared at Ada, wondering why she was asking about that. We only have 2 cows. One is about to have a baby, and the other one is not giving milk now. We're buying our milk at the store. That's not much fun, having to buy milk, Ada said. The cow's going to give birth any day, and probably while you're here. That'll be fun. Ada pursed her lips.
It might be fun for you, but if you've been around as many cows as I have over the years, it's commonplace. It'll be exciting for me. I love seeing baby animals, Mom said. We might wake up in the morning to see the new baby. Malachi will be excited. Malachi, Malachi, Timmy chirped from his cage in the corner of the room. Cherish laughed. She knew her mother was going to ask her to cover the birds. Your mother says she misses the birds, Cherish. Really? I don't miss them for themselves. I only miss them because I notice they aren't there anymore. It's quiet at home in the mornings and the evenings. Debbie and Krystal leave early in the morning, and then it's so silent until Ada arrives. I told her I could get her a parakeet, Ada chuckled. No, no, Wilma raised both hands. Don't do that. Cherish got up and put the night covering over the birds. Sleep tight, she said quietly to Tommy and Timmy. When she sat down again, she asked, How are you going to manage with no one to give you a hand with the chores, Mom? You should have asked that before you left. It's a little late now to be worrying about that, but don't concern yourself, Ada pouted. Cherish frowned. Didn't you want me to get married? I thought you did. I did. I'm just being silly. I'm in a funny mood today. I have something to tell you. Apart from me and, of course, Samuel, Wilma has another helper. Ada's eyes sparkled as she proceeded to tell Cherish all about Eli Rodmacher. Mom protested all the while, in between a few girlish giggles. Maybe I'll be coming back soon for your wedding, Mom. Oh, no. See what you started, Ada? I won't marry again. I've had 2 husbands. I don't want to make it 3. See, Cherish, she's always looking at the downside. Mom reached out and picked up a cookie. Let's talk about something else, shall we? I do have a lot of helpers. Eli is just a good friend. Ada likes to tease me. Don't listen to her. Cherish stood up. I'll see if Malachi wants some coffee. Oh, yes, don't forget your husband, Ada told her with a laugh. Cherish walked into the living room and saw Malachi sitting on the couch with his head back. She tiptoed toward him and saw that his eyes were closed, and from the way he was breathing, he was asleep. Cherish crept back into the kitchen. He's fast asleep. We've worn him out. I suppose we should all get some sleep. Wilma put the last morsel of the cookie into her mouth. Ada took a sip of tea. After I finish this, I'll go to bed. Chapter 11. The next day, Cherish went to see Ruth at her house. She didn't like leaving her mother and Ada, but she knew Ruth had something important to tell her. She got ready to knock and then found the door was open. Ruth? I'm in the bedroom. Cherish walked in and found Ruth changing the bed sheets. Ruth pulled Cherish into the room and closed the door behind her. What's wrong? You look upset. It's Jed. What about him? I think he's lonely and upset about how his brother is treating him. So Jed has 2 problems? Ruth frowned at her. Don't be like that. I can see the 2 brothers don't get along. Is the reason for that just because Jed drives a car and does things he shouldn't? I know Malachi would rather him be driving an Amish horse and buggy instead of a car. Cherish sat down on the bed, and Ruth sat next to her. I think there is a lot of history between Malachi and Jed. Even I don't know the full story yet, so I don't have much to tell you. Jed is a nice boy. He's like the son I never had, Ruth said. Cherish was amazed that Jed and Ruth had bonded so quickly. It was odd since Ruth was nearly 80 and Jed was most likely around 30. Besides that, it had taken ages for Malachi and Ruth to get along. What can I do to help? Ruth asked. I'm not sure. I think we just have to let things unfold by themselves. She didn't talk about God because Ruth wouldn't understand. I'm sure he is looking for a nice girl here in your community. He's not looking for a nice girl here because he already mentioned there are no single women here, Cherish said.
Then why is he sticking around?
I guess he's staying for Malachi, to mend the rift between them, but I'm not sure what the rift is or how it started or anything.
Have you thought about talking to their mother? Ruth asked.
I can't. Malachi wouldn't want me to talk with her.
Does he have to know? Ruth fluttered her eyelashes.
I can't do something without him knowing.
Ruth looked down at the floor. No, of course you can't.
I don't even know where his family lives. He told me once, but I can't remember. I just think it's best for me to keep out of it. Malachi needs to deal with it.
Ruth shook her head. The two brothers are at odds, and we must keep out of it.
Cherish nodded. That sounds about right.
Thank you for dinner last night. It's nice not to have to think about what to cook. Trying to decide what to cook is harder than the actual meal preparation.
I should get back to my mother and Ada. I feel I must keep them entertained.
Yes. Ruth stood up. Thank you for coming to see me.
Any time. Thank you for caring about Malachi and Jed.
Ruth laughed. You don't have to thank me.
I know, but it makes me happy that you care.
I do. I was so close with Dagmar. We shared each other's secrets. She was my dear friend. So that's why I feel like your family is my family.
That's nice. I know she was very fond of you, too.
Ruth walked Cherish out to her horse and buggy. Chapter 12. When Cherish got back home, she found her mother enjoying a rare moment of sunshine on the porch. Malachi was there to unhitch the buggy for her, so she walked over to her mother.
Where's Ada?
She's having a nap. Cherish sat down and looked at her mother. The sunlight highlighted the silver streaks in the front of her mother's hair. Cherish took hold of her hand. It was calloused from hard work, but loving at the same time.
We haven't had a moment alone, Cherish whispered.
I know. Everyone always seems so busy. As much as I miss you, I really am glad you're happy here.
I am. But there is one tiny little thing, and I don't know if it's a big problem or a tiny one.
What is it? Mom frowned.
I think something is wrong with our finances. Malachi doesn't want me to see the books for the farm. Technically, it's my farm, so that's one reason I should know. Come to think about it, he's never given me proper information about the farm right from the start.
The farm is both of yours. That's the way you should see it. Malachi probably doesn't want you to worry. He's taken that burden onto his own shoulders. He's a good man.
That's what I thought at first, but I've got an idea that things aren't right.
What do you mean? Mom asked.
We never sell our animals or our produce. He's giving everything away for free.
Who is?
Malachi. Then his brother hints that Malachi has a lot of money. I really don't know what's going on.
Have you thought of asking Malachi?
Yes, and I have. He says everything is fine, and I should leave our money and all that up to him.
Have you asked him about selling your animals?
He just gives me vague answers.
Maybe he's right, and you should trust him. As long as you are eating and you have a good life, there's no problem. Cherish took a deep breath and tried to put her worries out of her mind.
What do you think of Jed?
Cherish asked. He seems like a fun kind of a person, but he also seems to be easily upset.
When Malachi wasn't around, Jed told me that Malachi has enough money to last him for the rest of his life. What do you think he means by that?
He could be stirring up strife. Malachi is a good man, and you have a good life here. You can't always trust your feelings, Cherish. They can lead you astray, especially when you listen to others.
I guess.
Maybe Malachi got an inheritance like you got left this farm. Maybe he got left something, and then he sold it. Cherish thought about that for a while. Something like that would be a good explanation.
He can't have gotten an inheritance because Jed has no money and he's older. Her mother leaned in closer to her. Dagmar left you this farm, and you're the youngest in the family. I would have thought he'd tell me something big like that. He will in time. I know there's nothing to worry about. Mothers know things like that. Mom squeezed her hand, and when she did that, Cherish felt her worries fade. She looked over at Malachi and noticed 2 white and gray birds in front of the house. They hopped from one leg to the next and poked their beaks into the ground, looking for bugs that had gone underground for the day. They brought into her mind the verse in the Bible where it suggested being without worries like the birds in the fields. Cherish took comfort from that and told herself she needed to be more carefree. That night, as Cherish was getting into bed, she looked at the quilt her family had made for her. "Do we put this one on our bed or in the spare room?" she asked, remembering that Malachi had given her the quilt they were using now. "It's hard to decide, with both of them being so special," he said. "We could use the new one while Ada and your mom are here, and switch back and forth after that," Malachi offered, his eyelids falling closed. "I think I like that idea," Cherish agreed, giving him a smile of gratitude for understanding her dilemma. "I just love quilts. Krystal has the best job in the world, having a whole store full of them. One day we might have one for every bedroom in the house. I just want you to know I love both quilts equally. They are both special for different reasons, apart from them both being beautiful to look at." He opened his eyes. "It's okay. I'm not going to be upset. I know you love the one I gave you. It's special to both of us." "It is." She leaned over and kissed him, then rested her head on his shoulder. "I love having Ada and Mom here at the house. What about you?" "Yeah." "Really?" Malachi replied with a soft chuckle. "I must admit I thought it would be difficult, but I enjoy their company. They're entertaining." "You're a big softy." "I can be. Don't tell anyone." He smiled and poked her side. "Now stop talking. I'm tired." "Okay." She reached out and turned off the gaslight on the nightstand, and then she snuggled down and closed her eyes. After a few moments of silence, Malachi whispered, "I love you." Cherish smiled in the dark before softly replying, "I love you too." She lay still and listened to the rustling of trees outside. Cherish could feel the cold January wind blowing through the slightly opened window. She turned to face Malachi and could tell from his deep breathing that he was already asleep. She placed her hand on his chest, feeling his beating heart. She had the sudden desire to stay like this forever, fully loved and feeling safe. Chapter 13. On Saturday, Hope was watching from the window when a taxi pulled up at her house. She watched Sigrid get out of the car, and Hope hurried outside to greet her. The 2 girls hugged as the driver placed 2 suitcases on the ground. Sigrid paid the man his fee, and then he got back into the car. The taxi's engine whirred and popped, and the tires squelched through the puddles left by a sudden downpour of rain as it drove away. "I'm glad to be out of that car. The driver kept smoking and refused to keep the window down. He said it was too cold." "That's awful." "I know. I should have insisted that he didn't smoke, but I thought he might drop me on the side of the road and leave me there." "At least you're here finally." Sigrid drew in a deep breath. "Fresh air. There's nothing like it." Hope picked up the biggest suitcase, and Sigrid picked up the other one. "How have you been?" "Good." "And Fairfax?" "He's good. He's around here somewhere." "I haven't seen him since your wedding." "I know. That's because you haven't been here since." Hope pushed the front door open with her foot. "I'll show you your room." Sigrid followed her down the hallway into a room at the end. After Hope placed the suitcase on the bed, she flung open the sheer yellow curtains. The sun cast a glow onto the white bedspread as Sigrid put the suitcase down and looked around. "This is a lovely room." "It's yours for however long you want to stay."
Sigrid leaned down to smell a vase of flowers on the nightstand. I can stay for a week. I hope that will be long enough. Excellent. It should be. We've got so much to catch up on. Sigrid then walked over and opened the window, allowing a gentle breeze to whistle through, creating a calming atmosphere. See if the bed's comfortable. If you don't like it, there's another room with a harder mattress. Sigrid sat on the bed and ran her hand over the silky bedspread. It was like a cloud under her fingers. She lay down and smelled the freshly washed sheets and the pillows that were plump and soft underneath her head. Oh, I feel so spoiled. I might never leave. This is a luxury for me, and I love that there are cut flowers in the room. I never do that at home. Hope laughed. I just want you to feel comfortable. I do. Don't be concerned about that. I'll show you around the house. Sigrid jumped off the bed. I'd love to see it. When Krystal left her quilt store for the day, instead of going home, she took a detour to Hope's house to meet Sigrid. She knew Sigrid would be there by now. Her stomach was upset just thinking about what they were planning. The day so far for Krystal had been terrible. Nearly every customer at her quilt store had been cranky and awful. Then the electricity went out for 2 hours. In Krystal's experience, a bad day never got better. It only got worse. She wondered for the 3rd time that day whether she and Hope should carry out their plan of testing Matthew by having Sigrid flirt with him, but it seemed like the only way to know what was in Matthew's heart. When she got to Hope's house, Hope opened the door, and Krystal walked in to see a young woman standing there. She knew it had to be Sigrid, and Hope had been right. She was very pretty. Krystal tried to keep her worry in check, but it was hard. Sigrid's features were delicate, with big, sparkling blue eyes and creamy skin. She had blonde hair like her own, and she knew from Matthew's comments that he liked fair hair. Hope sensed the tension and broke the silence. Sigrid, this is Krystal. Hi, Sigrid. I'm so pleased to meet you. Thank you for doing this for me. I'm happy to do it. I'm a big fan of love. I haven't met my husband yet, but who knows? Maybe I'll meet him while I'm here. I hope you do, Krystal said. Don't worry. I won't be concentrating on looking for someone for myself. I'm going to focus on getting your man to like me. Well, I do appreciate you doing me this favor. Hope asked me, and I couldn't say no. Sigrid chuckled. It sounded like a fun thing to do. Us women must stick together. Hope nodded. We both appreciate it. We should sit down and go over how this is all going to work. Yes, I do better with things when there are rules, Sigrid said. Let's go into the kitchen. The 2 women followed Hope into the kitchen and sat down at the round wooden table. For the next half hour, they plotted and planned how Sigrid should make eyes at Matthew after the Sunday meeting tomorrow. It was a perfect time to meet Matthew, and then everything would be set into action. Hope was thrilled with the plan. This is going to be so much fun. A little unconventional, but I love it. Me too, Sigrid said. I've never been involved in anything so dramatic before. I hope he tells me that he has a girlfriend already. I'm sure he will. This is all just to put Krystal's mind at ease. She has a slight problem with trusting people, Hope said. If he tells you that he has a girlfriend, ignore that and don't give up. Ask him if he's totally committed and where his girlfriend is and all that. Sigrid frowned at Krystal. You want me to push that hard? I do. That's what this is all about. Sigrid nodded. Okay, but what if he fails? If he fails, then he fails. I'll know that I had a lucky escape from him. Hope sat back in her chair. You 2 have some things in common. What's that? Sigrid asked. You both weren't born into a community. You were both Englishers. I didn't know that. Krystal stared at Sigrid, seeing her in a new light. It was the first woman she'd met who was in the same position as she. Have you found that men overlook you because of that? I'm here, aren't I? I'm still single. I never really thought too much about it. I don't go around telling people, But I guess that's why I might have a better opportunity away from my own community. Everyone there knows everything about me. Wait until Matthew sees you, Sigrid. You're going to knock him dead, Hope said. If anyone is able to turn Matthew's head, it will be you. I think so as well, Krystal said before she stood up. But I hope it doesn't happen. I should go. We'll meet back here after the meeting tomorrow, and you can tell me what he said to you. Sigrid nodded. Both Hope and Sigrid walked Krystal to the door and then waited on the porch, waving as she drove away in her buggy. I'm a little worried about this, Hope. We're playing with someone's life. 2 people's lives. I was a little shocked at how far she wants you to go with this, but it's what she wants. Yeah, but Matthew has no say in it. I don't know if I should keep pushing him, as she said. That seems a little unfair. It's not what would happen in real life. Is he that good-looking that women would chase him? He's average, I think. After this is done, at least Krystal will know for sure that he's committed to her. Sigrid sighed. I'm nervous now. I probably won't sleep. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy yourself while you're here. You only need to be nice to him and talk with him for a few moments. You'll get an idea of what he's like. That's all you have to do. Okay. Then we can spend the rest of the week together before I go home. Thanks for coming. It means a lot that you do this for someone that you've never met. Sigrid chuckled. It's not like I've got anything better to do right now. The timing is perfect because the family I live with is away for a week. I just pray that this guy doesn't want anything to do with me. I guess I didn't really think it through before I agreed to it. Yeah, me too. Hope nodded. I mean, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I just hope nothing goes wrong. Chapter 14. The Sunday meeting was held at Billy Yoder's house. Sigrid arrived in Fairfax and Hope's buggy. Fairfax had no idea what they were planning in regard to Matthew. Hope had told Sigrid to keep quiet about it, because Fairfax would never understand the need to test Matthew. Besides that, Fairfax and Matthew worked together on the orchard, and they were good friends. When they got to the Yoder's place, the 2 women got out of the buggy. While Fairfax was busy letting the horse out into the paddock, the 2 women walked to the house. So, tell me again what he looks like? Sigrid asked. I'll point him out. Suddenly, Hope nudged Sigrid. That's him there. He was standing on the porch talking to 2 other men. Sigrid squinted. The tall one? Yes. He looks handsome. There's nothing average about him. Well, be nice to him no matter what we've said about him. I know what to do, don't worry. I've been over it 100 times in my head. Matthew happened to look up and noticed them walking up to him. Hope! He smiled, but his eyes were fixed on Sigrid. It's good to see you, Hope. It's good to see you, too. Hope looped her arm through Sigrid's and pulled her forward. By this time, Matthew had turned his back on the men he'd been talking with. Matthew, I want you to meet my friend, Sigrid. Nice to meet you. He shook Sigrid's hand. Hi. Sigrid couldn't help smiling at him. She liked the way he talked, and she sensed that he liked her, too. I've been telling Sigrid how nice you are. You've been talking about me? He asked. Not just you. I've been telling her about everyone here. We should probably go inside. Sigrid suddenly felt nervous. This wasn't going to be easy. She hadn't figured on having an instant attraction to another woman's boyfriend. After they were in the house, Hope took Sigrid to the bishop. Bishop John, this is Sigrid. The bishop shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Sigrid. Nice to meet you, too. What brings you here today? The bishop asked. A special reason. She smiled at Hope. The bishop looked from Sigrid to Hope, and then back again. I hope it's a good reason. Yes, I haven't seen Hope in a long time, so I'm here for a week or so. He gave them a polite nod and then excused himself. They found Krystal had saved them a space on the bench at the back of the room. Hope couldn't help but notice that Sigrid kept looking over at Matthew. Once they were seated, Hope whispered to Sigrid, "What do you think of Matthew?" Sigrid whispered back, "I hope this doesn't turn bad." "Just remember the plan. Don't be flattered by him. You're here for a reason. You're doing this for Krystal." Krystal was sitting on the other side of Hope. She had seen a little of Sigrid and Matthew's first meeting through the open door. She was concerned that Sigrid and Hope were whispering and not telling her what they were saying. Krystal's heart pounded, and the mumbling of voices from everyone in the room and the sounds of shuffling feet intensified in her head. She could feel the blood rush to her face, and her hands and forearms started to tingle. She realized she was hyperventilating. She struggled to take deep breaths. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Hope reached over and held Krystal's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Krystal felt a little better. She forced herself to look at Matthew, but then had to look away. "Are you okay?" Hope whispered, just as the bishop stood up at the front and started talking. Krystal tried to answer, but it felt as if there was a huge hand squeezing her throat. "Do you want some water?" Krystal nodded. Hope got up, and within a minute she was back with a glass of water. After a few gulps of water, she felt a little better. "Thanks," she whispered to Hope. "I feel a little better. It's just a lot." "I know." Hope took the glass from her and placed it underneath the bench. Chapter 15. When the meeting came to an end, everyone filed outside to sit at the tables to eat the meal afterward. Normally, Matthew would have eaten with Krystal, but she asked if she could have some space from him today. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he agreed. Sigrid and Hope sat down with Fairfax. Then they were joined by Krystal. "Let's get something to eat." Fairfax stood up. "No, you go and get something for me." "How will I know what you want?" Fairfax asked. "Just get me anything," Hope answered. "I'm not that hungry." "Okay. What about you two?" He looked at Krystal and Sigrid. "We'll get something later," Krystal answered for both of them. Once he was gone, Krystal leaned into Hope and Sigrid so she could talk softly. "I told Matthew I wanted some space today, and I'd catch up with him later." "What does that mean?" Hope asked. "I'm not sure, but he just said okay. He didn't even object." Hope elbowed Sigrid. "There he is, getting his food. Go up beside him and talk." Sigrid gulped. "What, now?" "Yes, do it." Sigrid stood up and started walking over to him. When she stood next to him, she cleared her throat. "Matthew, isn't it?" He turned and looked at her. "Yes, it is. How are you enjoying your visit so far?" She smiled, looking directly into his eyes. "Better by the minute." "Are you eating?" "No, I'm not very hungry." "Really?" He grinned at her. She glanced around and saw both Hope and Krystal nodding, urging her on. "I feel like going for a walk. Then I might work up an appetite." "Oh, is that right?" "Yes. I feel if I can walk, I might—" "Allow me to accompany you on that walk." Sigrid was startled. This was way too easy. "But your food. You haven't eaten yet." "I'll put it down here. Someone else will eat it. It won't go to waste." Sigrid was concerned that he was failing the test already. Who'd want their boyfriend to take another girl for a walk alone? "I happen to know there's a nice field behind the barn," Matthew said. "Maybe you should follow me so no one thinks we're sneaking off together." "We wouldn't want that," Sigrid said. "I know." "Okay, I'll follow you." "Yes, do that." He glanced around, making sure no one was watching. Once he had his head turned, Sigrid also looked over her shoulder and felt awful when she saw Hope and Krystal. Just how much worse could this get? If only she'd met Matthew under different circumstances. He was clearly attracted to her, and as much as she knew this was a bad idea, she felt the same. Sigrid caught up with him behind the barn. "Do you have a girlfriend, Matthew?" Matthew kept his eyes fixed on her when he spoke. "Not yet." Sigrid's heart nearly stopped. Not yet? That's a funny thing to say. Do you have someone in mind?
I did have someone I had some interest in, but now I might have interest in someone else. Someone I just met today.
Sigrid surprised herself that she was pleased by his words, but she'd told Krystal she'd tell her every single thing Matthew said. Now she couldn't. I don't want to come between you and someone else.
There's no one else.
His answer had come quickly, with no hesitation. This was the absolute last way she thought she'd meet a man. This was a trap, and she was falling into it. Normally, she was a truthful woman, but being truthful to Matthew meant exposing what Hope and Krystal were doing, and she couldn't do that. Instead, she'd tell him the truth about herself. That would drive him away. It had driven away every other Amish man. There are things you don't know about me.
Good. Tell me about yourself.
My mother was addicted to drugs and passed away in an accident when I was very young. My father didn't want me, and my brothers and I were sent to live with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew said as they kept walking through the tall grass.
Thank you. My father was an unemployed drunk, and he was shot a few years ago. My mother had run up debts, and my father couldn't pay them. We think that's why he was killed. She held her breath, waiting for his response to the chaos. He put his head down and was quiet for a moment.
I don't know how you came through that, and you can still smile. You don't deserve to have had all that tragedy in your life.
Thank you. It's been hard, but I try to look forward and not back.
Good idea. That's the best thing to do. I try to live by that rule as well. Were your aunt and uncle in an Amish community?
Sigrid shrugged her shoulders. No. I moved out when I was old enough. I was looking for something that made sense, and I found the Amish when I was 18.
Where have you been living?
Matthew asked. I moved around quite a bit. There are 4 communities in a 100-mile area, and I went to all of them. I settled with a nice family with young children. I helped the mother out, and I love being with the children.
So you've visited here before?
Matthew asked. Yes, I met Hope, and we've written to each other ever since.
I'd be interested in seeing you again, Matthew said with a smile. If you're here for a while.
Sigrid's heart skipped a beat. She was almost ready to burst with joy. She'd been alone for so long that any man's attention made her think she was a worthwhile person. I'd like that too. She couldn't help herself. What if this man was the one God had designed for her to marry? It was an unusual way to meet, but her life hadn't been a regular life. I don't know if we should, though, Sigrid admitted, thinking about Krystal.
Just say yes.
I'll think about it. Why couldn't she just say yes? Why was she hesitating when she didn't even know Krystal that well? She bit her lip, knowing she'd have to report back to Hope and Krystal. Are you sure you don't have a girlfriend? Maybe someone you proposed to? He narrowed his eyes.
Strange you should ask something like that.
Sigrid thought he was beautiful. His eyes shone blue and green. He had a gentleness about him that could melt an iceberg. Have you proposed to someone? She asked again.
Not in the last few days.
He laughed as though he was telling a joke, but she knew he'd proposed to Krystal and that he was awaiting her answer.
So, can I see you again? He asked.
Sigrid looked down at the ground. This wasn't good. She had to leave. She couldn't say yes. She was supposed to be like a spy on a mission, getting information. Well, I'd better go, Sigrid said.
I don't want you to go. I want to see you again. How about tomorrow?
I'm sorry, but I have to spend time with Hope while I'm here.
Not all your time, surely. How about the day after? Matthew asked.
I can't. Sigrid turned to leave, and then she hurried away.
I don't want you to go, Matthew said as he caught up to her.
I have to. Sigrid sped up to a jog and then ran as fast as she could away from Matthew. It disturbed her that she was drawn to him so strongly. He must have felt it too. He wouldn't be saying the things he was saying otherwise.
Wait, Sigrid. I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever met.
She ignored him. Chapter 16. Sigrid tried to hide the smile that wanted to break out on her face. She'd been warned that Matthew charmed women. It was possible he made all the young women feel what she was feeling now. She stopped still and turned around to face him. Once he was standing in front of her, she said, "I think you're lying to me."
I'm not. It's true, every word of it.
Matthew held out his hand.
Why don't we turn this way and walk just for a minute or two? That's all I ask.
Sigrid thought about it.
Just a short walk, please,
he insisted. She gave in. Okay, just for a few minutes. When they started walking, he took hold of her hand. Matthew was handsome in a way she couldn't put into words. The way he looked at her, she felt as if she was being consumed by his gaze.
You're beautiful.
Sigrid pulled her hand away. You're just saying that to get a reaction out of me.
I don't have to try. You're a beautiful woman. I'm not asking you to marry me yet. I just want to get to know you better. Can I do that?
I don't know. She looked away.
You like me, don't you?
She wanted to say yes, but she couldn't. I'm not so sure I'm ready to like anyone.
I could say the same thing.
Matthew stopped, and they faced each other. He put his finger under her chin.
I'm not sure enough to ask you to marry me yet. I just want to spend time with you. That's it for now.
Why are you being so nice to me?
I don't know. You smile at me, and you make me smile, and I want to know— No, I have to know more about you.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. Just you being here is enough. I'll let you go soon, I promise.
She swallowed hard. You have a girlfriend. I know that much. People talk.
The truth is that I do. You were right before. I asked Krystal to marry me, but now I'm not sure she's the one I want to marry.
What? Sigrid's eyes grew wide. Tell me more.
We've been together for a little while, but kind of not officially as boyfriend and girlfriend. She's never fully committed to me. I'm always kept at arm's length, and I'm not sure why. She never gives me a full commitment, so what do I owe her?
That's why you're with me right now? Matthew shook his head.
I'm not with you. We're just walking and talking.
That's what I mean. You're here rather than over there with her.
I want to spend time with you. That's what my heart wants.
How can you say that, Matthew? It doesn't sound like you're free to be alone with me and talk with me like this. You shouldn't be saying these things.
Don't you think that I'm being honest with you? He asked.
I don't know what to think. She put a hand over her stomach. I've never felt this way before.
I'm glad you feel some kind of way, because I do too. Is this meant to be for both of us?
He ran his hand over her arm and leaned in to kiss her. She jumped back, shocked at his forward manner. No, it can't be love. It can't be.
Why not?
I do feel something, but I'm not sure what it is. She glanced over her shoulder to make sure no one could see them. They were completely alone, shielded by trees. If only she hadn't agreed to test Matthew's love. It was obvious that Matthew wasn't in love with Krystal. Now she'd have to find a way to tell her. Sigrid was sick from worry. Krystal's heart would break in front of her when she found out how Matthew had reacted. Not only that, but she'd also have to tell Krystal of her feelings for Matthew. She considered going back to Hope's, grabbing her stuff and leaving, but then she wouldn't see Matthew again, so she couldn't do that. Chapter 17. Matthew spoke, jolting Sigrid out of her thoughts.
Come and see me tomorrow. I live in the cottage in the apple orchard just down from Hope and Fairfax's house.
Sigrid wondered how she'd get away, and if Hope would accept her seeing him again. I know where you live.
How do you know?
He asked. Hope mentioned you and pointed out the cottage.
I see. They've been telling you about me. Don't believe anything bad that anyone says about me.
He gave a crooked smile, causing her to laugh. It has only been things that are true.
I hope you'll believe what I have said to you is genuine.
I do. Each person sees their own point of view of things.
I have a housemate, Ben. He's an Englisher, but he's okay. He doesn't drink or go to parties or anything. He works in the orchard too, but only part-time.
Why are you telling me about him? Sigrid asked.
In case he answers the door to you.
Oh.
Just knock and I'll come out. If I'm not home, I'll be in the orchard somewhere.
Sigrid flashed him a smile. Okay, I will come and see you tomorrow. Now I should go back to Hope and the others.
Don't forget now.
He wagged his finger at her. I won't forget. Sigrid left him there and hurried back to the others. She needed to talk with Hope alone before she had to deliver bad news to Krystal. Matthew avoided everyone, hitched his horse to his buggy, and drove off. He turned around to catch a glimpse of Sigrid staring after him. He didn't want to push things with Sigrid, but he couldn't help himself. Sigrid had awoken something in him. He knew he'd fall in love with her given the chance, but he wasn't ready to jump in too quickly. He'd wait and see how things went. Remembering her smile was enough for now. Matthew's eyes were wide open. He'd also have to visit Krystal and officially withdraw his proposal if he wanted a real chance with Sigrid. Women talk, and it was only a matter of time before Hope told Sigrid some things. Firstly, he'd wait to see how he got along with Sigrid tomorrow. He had to be more serious about the woman he'd marry. He wondered how men chose their wives. Now it disturbed him that Krystal had been right about his feelings toward her. Chapter 18. Sigrid found Hope in the kitchen, helping the women who were cleaning up. Sigrid signaled to Hope, and she left the kitchen, and then the two of them huddled together in the Yoder's living room. What happened? Hope asked. Sigrid took a deep breath. It didn't go the way we hoped it would. We figured that. Krystal saw the way you two were talking, and she's gone home already. Oh no, I feel so bad. We both saw that you seemed to be getting on pretty well with him. We got on really well. What happened exactly? Hope asked. Well, if I didn't feel so good around him, I could go back and tell Krystal that he doesn't want anything to do with me and that she should marry him. Now I have to tell her that he flirted with me. Sigrid shook her head. Will you tell her that for me? As I said, I won't have to say anything. She saw it with her own eyes. Sigrid swallowed hard. I feel like the most awful person in the world. Matthew wants me to meet him tomorrow. Wow, this is unexpected. Hope gulped. What did you say? Sigrid huffed and looked away. I said I would. Hope was devastated. Now she was caught between two friends. Do you like him that much? I do, Sigrid nodded. Can't you see what he's like, Sigrid? This is why you've come here. He flirts with every new woman who comes to the community. You're not the first, and I hate to say this, but you might not be the last. Yes, you've told me about Fenella before. Actually, he admitted he had proposed to someone, but he's no longer interested in her. Then he told me it was Krystal. He's been quite honest with me. Sigrid was convinced things would be different with her. She knew in her heart that she and Matthew had something special. I hate to break it to you, but Matthew is not a stable man. He's not going to keep his attention on one woman for long. If you have a relationship with him, in a couple of months, he'll stop seeing you and start flirting with some other woman.
Not if we're married,
Sigrid blurted out. Hope's mouth fell open. You're right, I suppose. If you decide you want him. There are warning signs, so don't ignore them.
Do I have to walk away from him? If Krystal doubts him, she shouldn't marry him. Since she won't marry him now, he'll be free to find someone else. With my own ears, I heard her say that she would no longer be interested in him if he flirted with me.
I can't tell you what to do, Sigrid. You'll have to work things out for yourself. Sigrid had to find a way out of her predicament. In one way, she did not want to see Matthew tomorrow, because she knew that she'd end up seeing him again and again.
This is so awful. I don't know what to do. I'll just tell him I've got to go home. I won't tell him why. I'll say that my aunt's sick or something. I don't know. I'm confused. What do you think I should do, Hope?
Whatever you think is best.
Krystal will ask something, Sigrid said.
I'll talk with her tomorrow. She'll be too upset to talk today.
Thank you, Hope. But she said she'd come to your place after the meeting.
Hope shook her head. She's not going to do that now.
Are you sure?
Sigrid asked. Yes.
Good, because it would be hard for me to say something, because I flirted back. I couldn't help it.
Sigrid bit her lip. That's what we wanted you to do. Don't feel bad. Just don't get caught up in Matthew's web. He can be very charming when he wants to be. Sigrid's breath caught in her throat. Was she in a web? Or had she just met the man she would marry? It wasn't a good way to start a relationship, or a good way to meet. But nothing in her life had ever been perfect. So why should things be different now? Chapter 19. Matthew had spent all night tossing and turning. He understood he'd ruined things with Krystal. After he'd talked with Sigrid, Krystal was nowhere to be seen. He had to see her and withdraw his marriage proposal. With Krystal, it had been a purely physical attraction due to the way she looked. Sigrid was the whole package. She was the dessert as well as the main meal, along with a side order of fries. He reminded himself to take things slow with Sigrid. It was hard when he was the kind of man who wanted to jump in feet first. He learned from past actions that it was best to go slow. He'd gone too fast with Fenella, and he'd proposed to Krystal far too quickly. He felt bad about that now, but that didn't stop him from daydreaming about Sigrid and imagining her as the mother of his children. When Krystal woke on Monday morning, she was ready to hear the truth. She got ready for work and then made a detour to Hope's house. It wasn't enough to suspect the truth. She needed to hear it directly from Sigrid. The previous day, she'd seen Sigrid and Matthew talking, and then they'd disappeared somewhere. She already knew things were over between her and Matthew, but now she was curious about how quickly he'd forgotten her. Krystal pulled up at Hope's house and got out of her buggy. She saw Fairfax was already hard at work in the orchard repairing a fence. He looked up and waved, and she waved back, forcing a smile. She continued to the house and knocked on the front door. The door opened, and Hope stood there, looking bleak. "Hello, Krystal."
"Hi."
"Come into the kitchen." Krystal followed Hope and found Sigrid in the kitchen eating breakfast at the table. She pulled up a chair and wasted no time starting with the questions.
"What happened with Matthew, Sigrid? I need to know everything he said."
Hope leaned over and put her hand on Krystal's shoulder. "I was going to stop by your shop today and tell you what happened."
"No need. I'm here now."
Krystal looked over at Sigrid, waiting for her to speak. Sigrid put down her toast and swallowed her mouthful.
"Well, I approached him, and we got along really well." "So you flirted with him, and he flirted back?"
Krystal inquired. Sigrid nodded and hung her head. She couldn't look into Krystal's eyes. Krystal sighed.
"It's the same thing that happened with Fenella.
I guess you like him. Sigrid looked up. I'm sorry, but I do. I think Fenella felt like that too for a while, Hope said, trying to make Krystal feel a little better. I'm sorry. I never thought this would happen. Really, I didn't. Sigrid shook her head. It's okay. It's not your fault, Hope said, putting her hand on Sigrid's shoulder. I should never have asked you to do this. It was a silly idea. I was happy to help. I've been meaning to visit you for a long time. Sigrid then turned to Krystal. What will you do about Matthew? Nothing. It's over. I can't marry him now. I was just about to give him another chance, too. I'm glad Hope suggested testing him. He failed the test. I'm so sorry, Krystal. Don't worry. I'm just glad everything is out in the open now. I know for sure that he wasn't totally in love with me like he said. If you like him, you can have him, Sigrid. Not that he's mine to give away, but I won't feel upset, so don't be awkward around me. Oh, I saw how you two were getting along. You weren't just acting, were you? Krystal asked. I was at first, and then something happened. He is charming. Well, as I said, I don't want him. If you want him, you have my blessing, Krystal repeated. Are you sure? Sigrid asked. Yes, I'll get over it. This all happened for a reason. Maybe Matthew will fall in love with you like he was never in love with me. Sigrid bit her lip. We kind of arranged to meet today, if that's all right with you. That was a blow to Krystal. It took a moment for her to say something. Sure, it is. I better go now, or I'll be late to open my store. Krystal walked toward the door, feeling like she was going to faint. Bye, Krystal. Bye, Sigrid. I hope everything works the way you want. Thank you. Krystal left the house and climbed into her buggy. She was doing everything she could to hold back tears. Matthew hadn't even broken up with her, and here he was arranging a date with another woman. She sat there a moment, composing herself. It didn't seem fair. Matthew had let her down worse than anyone had ever let her down. She made a clicking noise, and the horse started walking down Hope's long dirt-packed driveway. Just as she pulled onto the road, she saw Matthew walking on the roadside. His head was down, so she couldn't see his face. She drove past him, looking straight ahead. She didn't want him to look up and signal for her to stop. Sigrid had followed Krystal to the front door. She watched the buggy move away. There was nothing she could say that would give Krystal comfort. Part of her wanted to go home, but the other part of her wanted to follow things through with Matthew. Don't feel bad. Hope came up behind her. Too late for that. I feel awful. What will you do? Hope asked. She spun around to face Hope. I want to see what happens between Matthew and myself. Does that make me a bad person? No. Come back and finish your breakfast. Sigrid headed back to the kitchen, wondering if it was too early to tell Matthew that she couldn't have children. She hadn't met an Amish man yet who didn't want a family. Chapter 20. As soon as she could, Sigrid got away from Hope and went to find Matthew. She spotted him not far from his cottage, shoveling something under a tree. Stopping for a moment, she watched him. They'd said he wasn't handsome, but he was, with a face and physique to gaze upon for hours. She listened to him grunt and groan as he loaded up a pail and poured out the contents. When he saw her, he dropped the bucket and took off his hat. His hair fell over his forehead, and he smiled broadly. He wiped his hands on a rag and then placed his hat back on his head. Hi, Sigrid. Thanks for coming. Let's sit. Okay. He took Sigrid to a bench behind his cottage. He sat down and patted the spot beside him. She sat down and was silent for a moment. You seem different. What is it? Matthew asked. I'm just looking at you. Matthew wiped his brow. I'm probably all dirty. No, you're not. Well, you weren't, but now you've just put dirt all over your face. She leaned forward and brushed some grains of dirt off his forehead.
Thanks for coming to find me. I've been thinking about you all day.
You have? She put her hands down by her sides.
Yes.
What have you been thinking about? She asked. He moved a little closer.
I'm just wondering why a girl like you hasn't married already.
Maybe I'm waiting for the right man. Matthew grinned.
Maybe you've met him.
Sigrid swallowed hard. She was getting swept away with Matthew, despite all the warnings.
Maybe we can meet for lunch later.
What time is your lunch break? She asked.
Anytime I get hungry. I work my own hours. What if I come and find you at 1? That'll give me time to finish up this row of mulching.
That sounds fine to me.
We can go for a drive, and I can get us some pizza or something.
Sigrid didn't want anyone to see them. Don't do that. It's too much trouble. I'll make us a picnic lunch, and we can meet back here. It's so lovely under the trees.
I'll look forward to it.
Me too. She jumped to her feet. I'll let you get back to work.
Okay.
Sigrid headed back to the house, her heart pounding in her ears. She wanted to pinch herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but she was pretty sure this was the real thing. Sigrid found Hope behind the house, busy with the washing. She hadn't told her she was going to see Matthew. She'd told her she was going for a walk. Sigrid watched Hope putting clothes into the wringer washer. That was a quick walk, Hope said, her hands busy. I was just sitting there looking at the scenery. The orchard is so nice. I must come back when all the trees are in blossom. That's the best time of year. I hope you do come back. I'm enjoying having you here. I don't get many visitors. Hope looked up at her. There's something on your mind. You're not telling me everything. Sigrid knew she couldn't keep it from Hope any longer. I did something that is a bit hard to talk about. What did you do? I found out what Matthew is like when he's by himself. Hope stopped still and looked up at her. You saw him just now? I did, and we arranged to meet later when he gets a lunch break. I said I'd bring the food. He wanted to drive somewhere, and I didn't want Krystal's feelings to get hurt. Someone could see us and tell her. I know she said she doesn't mind, but it would still upset her. Hope breathed out heavily. I've been giving this some more thought. He proposed to Krystal, and now he's chasing you. Hope shook out a wet pillowcase. I hope you told him no. Sigrid was taken aback. I'm sorry. I thought you wouldn't mind. Krystal said she was fine with it, and I thought you did too. I won't have it. I won't have him corrupting you. It's bad enough that he's been making eyes at Krystal for years. Now he's after you. Hope's face was flushed red. We'll see how hard he tries to chase you now until someone else comes along. Now I feel I'm caught in the middle. I didn't ask for this. I know you didn't. I'm sorry. It's just such an unexpected outcome. I was only trying to put Krystal's mind at rest. Sigrid kept quiet. The truth was that Matthew couldn't have loved Krystal very much, but he might love her once he got to know her. Hope bit her lip. This is a tough situation. I do like Matthew as a person, but I don't want any of my women friends involved with him. I'm not sneaking around with him. I'm going to be honest about what's happening because it's the right thing to do. I didn't go looking for him, remember? Because you're my friend, I have to advise you to stay away from him. I can't. It's too late for that. I already know him. We already have a connection. Hope shook her head. I don't like this, but you're a grown woman and you know what you're doing. I hope he doesn't break your heart. If he does, I'll be there for you. Sigrid smiled as she moved forward and hugged Hope. Thank you. I am conflicted about this too, but maybe God put the two of us together, and this was the only way he could do it. Hope knew that wasn't true. God could have found a million ways for Matthew and Sigrid to meet if they were meant to marry. Hope was stuck between two friends. No, three friends, if she counted Matthew as a friend. Krystal had put on a brave face, but Hope knew she was truly devastated. Chapter 21. That afternoon, Fairfax and Matthew were working together, mulching the trees. "So, what's going on between you and Krystal?" Fairfax asked. Matthew looked up. "Why? What have you heard?" Fairfax scratched the back of his neck. "Seems you like two women." "Is it that obvious?" "Not to me, but I overhear talk between Hope and Sigrid. I'm confused because I thought you'd proposed to Krystal." "I did, but she didn't say yes, so where does that leave me?" "Nowhere if you keep looking around for another woman. Krystal will never say yes, and who could blame her?" "So I'm supposed to wait around forever?" Fairfax shrugged. "I can't tell you what to do." "Yeah, but you will anyway." Fairfax chuckled. "I'm just saying that I think you should pick one woman and stick with her. That's what I was trying to do when I met Sigrid. She's pretty special. I'm still single. I'm not doing anything bad. Just be respectful. You ask one woman to marry you, and then you hang around another woman like a lost puppy dog." Matthew frowned. "It wasn't like that." "That's how it looked. People were talking." Matthew huffed. "So you're saying to stick with Krystal until she turns me down? If that's what you want to do, then do it." "I think I've made Krystal mad now anyway." "If you decide you want to marry Krystal, she won't stay mad forever." "She won't?" Matthew asked. "No. Take her some chocolates and flowers and apologize. Women love that kind of stuff." "You reckon I should stick with her?" "I don't know. Look, there are always going to be temptations. There's always going to be a prettier woman or a more interesting woman, but you don't look at them. When you marry, you make a promise to your wife to honor and cherish her, and that's what you do." Matthew looked down. He understood half of what Fairfax said. Maybe he was only interested in Sigrid because she was new and interesting. "Thanks for the talk." Fairfax slapped him on the back. "Life's not easy all the time. I'm older, so I've been through a bit more. You've given me a lot to think about. I've got one problem." "What's that?" "Sigrid is meeting me for lunch." Fairfax shook his head. "You can't do that to Krystal." "Can you tell her I can't make it?" Fairfax scratched his head. "I could say I've made you work through lunch. I tell you what, we need some things from the hardware store. I'll have you go there now, and you can come back later in the afternoon at about 3. "I don't know. It'll be a lie. I arranged it already with her." "It's not a lie because you will be going to the hardware store." "You're the boss," Matthew said. "If Sigrid is the right one, make it right. Break up with Krystal first. You owe her that much." "You're right. Thanks. What do we need from the hardware store?" Chapter 22. Krystal arrived home that afternoon and found Debbie and Bliss canning apples in the kitchen. Jared was sitting at his small table playing with wooden toys.
"The evening meal will be a little late. It's all cooked. It just needs to be heated,"
Debbie told her. "Can I help with anything?"
"No,"
Bliss said.
"we're just getting some canning done for Wilma. It'll be a nice surprise for when she comes home."
Debbie studied Krystal.
"You have a rest. You look like you've had a hard day."
"It was a good day. I just didn't get enough sleep last night."
"Looks like you might have a visitor, Krystal."
Krystal looked up.
"Who?" "Matthew."
Krystal hung her head. "What makes you think he's come to see me? He might be here because he's hungry."
"See for yourself."
Krystal walked to the window and looked over Bliss's shoulder. He had flowers and a box in his hands.
"I've got a funny feeling those flowers aren't for me or for Debbie."
Debbie chuckled.
"No, I don't think so."
"I'll see what he wants." Yeah, you do that, Debbie said. Bliss and Debbie put their heads together and laughed. Krystal went to the front door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Matthew stood there in the middle of the porch.
I thought I might catch you here.
I live here. Did you see Sigrid today, your new friend?
Krystal folded her arms.
I saw her, yes, but I'm not here to talk about her.
Why not?
I know you talked to Sigrid this morning. I saw you drive past. What did she say to you? He asked.
That's my business.
I want to know.
Why?
It doesn't matter.
He looked down at the flowers and then held them out toward her.
These are for you.
She took them from him. They were pink roses and white lilies. He'd bought them from somewhere. They weren't plucked from someone's garden.
Thank you. They're beautiful. What's the box for?
He handed that over, too.
They're chocolates for you. Soft-centered.
My favorite.
Yes, I remembered.
What's all this for? She asked.
For giving me a second chance.
She lowered the flowers and the box.
I'm not interested in a second chance with you. I gave you a second chance already, but you didn't tell me that you've been stirring up trouble.
I haven't stirred up any trouble.
Oh, no? That's not what Sigrid said.
He tilted his head to one side.
What did she say?
She thinks she has fallen in love with you, and she wants you for herself.
Matthew's eyes widened.
I didn't know. Are you sure she said that?
It's not so much what she said. It's what she didn't say that worried me. Well, I've said what I wanted to say.
You're not going to give me a second chance? Matthew asked.
She went to close the door, but he held it.
You must mean a third chance, and the answer is no.
Why not? He inquired.
Because you can't be trusted. If you had told me the truth, I might have wanted to give you another chance. But you didn't, and I'm not happy.
Matthew took a step back.
I didn't lie.
You did. You asked me to marry you, and that means you should love me and only me. Then I see you talking with Sigrid like you're a couple, or you want to be a couple.
We were talking, that's right. Aren't I allowed to talk with other women?
No! You sneaked off somewhere with her. I'm keeping the chocolates and the flowers.
She moved inside and closed the door on him before he could stop her. Chapter 23. When Krystal placed the flowers and the chocolates down on the coffee table in the living room, she inhaled deeply. Then she moved and peered out the living room window, her breath held in anticipation. Matthew was still there. He stood still on the porch with his arms crossed, bathed in the waning light of the sun. The world outside was painted in muted hues, its colors blurred by the growing shadows. A sigh escaped her lips as she stepped away from the window. Without warning, a thud echoed through the room. Rushing to the window, she saw Matthew lying on the ground. She dashed outside to his side, and he lifted his head to meet her gaze.
I guess I fell, he mumbled.
Are you okay? She asked,
concern in her voice. He sat up and extended his legs in front of him. Krystal got down on her knees beside him.
Do you think you should rest a bit? Do you feel lightheaded or dizzy?
I'm all right, he responded. I just wasn't paying attention. I need to tell you the truth, Krystal.
I need to hear it. I'm not going to be angry. I already know what happened, so please just have the decency to tell me.
His eyes shifted upwards.
I care for Sigrid a great deal, but I was committed to you unless you refused my proposal. I want to stay with you. Will you marry me, Krystal?
Krystal gave him a questioning look. He went on.
I was weak, and I regret it. I should have kept my word and stayed loyal to you.
Do you still have feelings for Sigrid?
Matthew held onto her arm.
No.
He exhaled deeply.
I'm conflicted. I don't know if I love Sigrid or not, but I know that I love you. I'm not going to let you go because I want you to be my wife." A tear ran across Krystal's face.
"I'm sorry, Matthew. I can't just come back to you and fool myself into thinking it's okay. If I did that, it would be foolish of me. It's hard to ignore the fact that your heart isn't entirely mine. I need someone who loves me selflessly."
Matthew stared at the horizon, his eyes empty and remote. He was lost in his own thought process. In his mind, there was only one woman for him, and that was Sigrid. Matthew's face was a mask of indifference, but Krystal could tell it was all just an act. The way his eyes seemed to glaze over like newly laid asphalt showed her he wasn't going to fight for her. Matthew was glad he had held off on giving her an answer. He needed to consider his options. Part of him was willing to take her back due to his prior proposal of marriage, but most of him wanted Sigrid to be his bride.
"You're right. You deserve the best, Krystal. I'm probably not the right person for you."
Krystal tried to mask her sadness at this moment. She was desperate to keep her longing for marriage and parenthood alive.
"Are you angry?" he asked.
"I'm not mad," she replied.
"You're sure?"
"No. I can't control what you feel. I wish you and Sigrid joy and contentment."
Matthew asked in a whisper,
"Is that it, then? We're done?"
Krystal rose to her feet.
"Yes," she replied firmly. "We're completely finished, although I'm keeping the flowers and chocolate."
Matthew also stood and brushed the dirt off his trousers.
"I'm very sorry, Krystal. I think we could have been quite content together if Sigrid had not come along."
The rejection hurt her deeply, and it felt like a punch in the gut. He kept choosing other women, and it damaged her sense of worth. Krystal remembered the conversation she and Hope had that led to their plan. She wished things had been different. Perhaps if she'd accepted his proposal, then Matthew would have stayed true to her.
"If I'd agreed to marry you the other day, what would have happened when you met Sigrid?"
"Nothing. I would have honored my promise. You ought to know me better than that," he said.
Krystal wasn't convinced that was enough.
"I wouldn't want you to stay with me if it's not out of love."
"It would have been love," he insisted.
"It's fine," Krystal said with a wave of her hand.
He ran his hands over his neck nervously, and then started walking away.
"I'll see you later, Krystal."
She stood still and watched the only Amish man who had ever shown her any attention leave. She could have tried to dissuade him from his love for Sigrid, but that wasn't what she wanted. As he disappeared, she was left wondering, were her standards too high? Chapter 24. Krystal stepped indoors and gazed down at the breathtaking bouquet. Sitting on the couch with the flowers in one hand and the chocolates in the other, she pictured herself being presented with the gifts by an Amish man who loved her. She drew in the pleasant scent of the lilies and roses. Sigrid would most likely move here to be with him, and she'd have to see them every other day. She quickly opened the box of chocolates and began to eat them, one after the other. When the box was empty, she noticed that there was a card attached to the flowers. She wiped her chocolate-covered hands on her clothes and opened the card. It read, "If you ever need a friend, call me. Matthew." He didn't come back to make up. He'd come so she could break up with him. She rose from her seat and threw the card into the fire. Afterward, she grabbed the bouquet and thrashed it against the fireplace until flower heads littered the floor. Why had she trusted him again after his actions with Fenella? She was such a fool. A tear trickled down her cheek. What kind of life could she hope to have in the Amish community without marrying?
She wanted a home and a family of her own more than anything. Her heart ached to have children. She'd give them a better life than she'd been given. Hearing laughter coming from the kitchen broke her trance. She quickly stowed away the empty chocolate box beneath the sofa and then cleaned up the flowers on the floor by throwing them into the fireplace. With what remained of the flowers, she stepped into the kitchen. "We thought you'd gone off with Matthew," Debbie said. "Nope, I'm still here," she replied. "Is something wrong?" Bliss ran to Krystal. Debbie looked on with a face full of worry. Krystal put the bouquet down on the table. "Just a bit," she said. "These are really nice flowers, Aunt Krystal," Jared commented. "I guess they are, Jared." Jared just shrugged and got back to playing with his toys. Krystal sighed deeply. "I guess you didn't hear me arguing with Matthew." "What were you two arguing about?" Debbie asked. "I was shouting at him." Bliss stepped nearer. "Why?" she questioned. "I'm uncertain how I feel about him. At times I adore him, but other days I have no affection for him. There are some things that happened between us that I haven't shared with either of you." "I know a little bit," Debbie responded. "It didn't go as you thought it would with Matthew?" Krystal shook her head in response. "No. Apparently he's interested in Hope's friend, and she likes him too. I thought our relationship was over, and then, out of the blue, he arrives at my doorstep with flowers and chocolates." Debbie questioned, "What's wrong with that?" "It was over before it had even started," Krystal replied. "Are you sure you want it to end like this?" Bliss chimed in. Debbie scrutinized Krystal's expression. "It sounds like you still care for him." "He has moved on and is with someone else. I won't give him another shot if I can help it." Krystal's anger was palpable, and Bliss inquired, "Why are you so mad? Debbie told me what happened while you were outside, how you and Hope were testing him. You must have been prepared for two outcomes." Krystal struggled to contain the tears that were threatening to escape. "What happened in the end?" Debbie asked. "He's gone and fallen for Sigrid," Krystal replied, her voice heavy. "But they've only just met," Bliss exclaimed. Krystal nodded. "I know. I just want to get married. It shouldn't be this hard." Jared jumped off his chair and ran over to Krystal. "I'll marry you, Krystal," he said. Krystal laughed and put her arm around him in a hug. "Thanks, honey. If you were a bit older, I'd take you up on that offer." "Soon enough," he said with a smile. "Then I'll marry you." "That's lovely. I can't wait." "Sit back down, Jared," Debbie said. "It was a very kind offer." Debbie turned her attention to Krystal. "Why don't you take some time away to clear your head?" Krystal pouted. "I should have gone to Cherish's farm with Wilma and Ada." Bliss suggested to Krystal, "It's not too late. You could rent a car and go up there." "I don't think I can. The store needs me." "I can take care of it till you get back," Bliss said. Krystal looked at her with disbelief. "You would do that for me?" "Sure I can. I'm no stranger to the work there, and I have the extra keys." Debbie smiled in agreement. "That would be perfect. Let me make a call and arrange a car with a driver." Jared interjected excitedly. "Can I come too?" Debbie shook her head. "Not this time. We might go later in the year." Krystal was still hesitant. "I don't know. Should I just show up there?" Bliss nodded. "Absolutely. Surprise them." Krystal's spirits brightened immediately. She hugged Jared tightly in her elation. "All right, then. I'm doing it." Chapter 25. Debbie had concerns of her own and couldn't share them with Krystal due to the amount of stress Krystal was under. Neither could Debbie talk to Hope, because she was occupied with Sigrid. There was Joy, but she wasn't a comforting person when someone had a problem. Then she thought of Florence. Even though she'd left the community years before, Florence was like a second mother to everyone. After Jared had fallen asleep, she left him in Krystal's care and headed next door to Florence's house. When Florence opened her door, she greeted Debbie with a smile. Debbie handed over some packages of tea as a gift. As Florence thanked her, Iris came running up and asked where Jared was. Debbie was a bit taken aback that Iris wanted to see him, considering how much grief he gave her by constantly pulling on her pigtails and bothering her in various ways.
"Jared is at home," Debbie told her. "I came alone." "Can you bring him next time? I don't have anyone to play with," Iris said.
Florence gave her a reassuring smile with a hand over her belly. "You won't be alone for much longer. You'll have a new brother or sister soon."
"But the baby is too young to play."
"Let's go find your father. He'll keep you company while Debbie and I talk," Florence said. Iris sighed, but followed Florence upstairs. A few minutes later, Florence descended the stairs with an amused smile. "Come on now. Let's have a cup of tea and chat."
"Yes, I do want to talk something over with you,"
Debbie mumbled. "Of course. Is everything okay?" Florence asked in concern.
"I think so, but I'd like your opinion on something."
They brewed tea and went into the living room to enjoy it. A grand window showcased the whole of the orchard, which was lit up by large spotlights. But Debbie couldn't find the beauty. She told Florence all the details of her relationship with Fritz, and Florence listened intently. She didn't impose her opinion, giving Debbie plenty of time to express herself. "It sounds like you're doing great. What has you worried?" Debbie glanced at Spot, Florence's family dog, curled up on the couch near the fireplace.
"I'm struggling with not predicting the future. I know no one can see into the future, but I'm usually the one making plans for Jared and me. But now Fritz is in the picture, so I can't make any assumptions about what he's thinking."
She sighed.
"I wish I was more of a go-with-the-flow type of person."
"I can understand what you're saying. Your future now depends on whether Fritz comes back and wants to marry you. You have no say in that." Debbie nodded in response to her friend's words. She glanced at the cup of tea in front of her and watched the steam swirling upwards. She took a sip. "From what I hear, everyone thinks Fritz has feelings for you. After all, he entered the picture after you were already dating his brother," Florence said.
"I know that much is true,"
Debbie replied before taking another sip of her tea. Florence gently patted her hand. "The real question you have to ask yourself is, do you love Fritz?"
"My insides twist when I think of him. It's love. John made me feel that way too, but never Peter. There's one question that keeps running through my mind. Why didn't he say he wanted to marry me before he left? He said he wanted to go off and arrange something, so why not propose then? Now I'm in the dark about what his intentions are. He did tell me he sees a future with me, and he used the word serious."
"It's a good sign. Believe what he says."
"I can't believe that I haven't known Fritz very long, and I feel so strongly. Do you think he's wary because I have a child?"
"No, he'd be happy. He gets along with Jared, doesn't he?"
"He does, but would he want to be his father? Is that why he is hesitating about marrying me?"
"I don't know. I can't truly answer that question." Florence paused for a moment. "But I think Fritz is the type of man who would want to be a father to Jared." Debbie thought about her first meeting with Fritz. He had reacted to Jared with fondness and not horror.
"Maybe."
She looked over at Florence.
"I suppose I can't put the cart before the horse, but I am impatient because I want it so bad."
Florence laughed, and Debbie took another sip of hot tea.
"Thank you for talking with me. Ada and Wilma give good advice, but I couldn't wait for them to get home."
"That's right, they're visiting Cherish. I wonder if they're having a good time."
"I'd say so.
I haven't heard from them yet. Debbie proceeded to tell Florence how Krystal was leaving for the farm the next day and was going to surprise them all. Chapter 26. Ada caught up with Jed as he was walking out of the barn. She was determined to find out the real reason he thought it was okay to drive cars.
Jed, there you are. It's time you and I had a conversation.
He looked over at her.
What have I done?
Ada chuckled.
Funny you think you've done something.
It's usually the case. Well, if I haven't done something wrong, what do you want to talk about?
Ada was worried that he might consider her intrusive.
I'm worried about you, she said. I noticed you driving Ruth's red vehicle.
It's the only color she has, he said, smirking.
I'm not worried about the color. You know that it's against our rules.
I have things to do, and walking takes too long, he said,
wiping his hands down the side of his trousers.
Ruth owns horses. I've seen them.
He chuckled.
They're just riding horses, and they're old. Look, you've got to try to think like an Englisher.
At his suggestion, Ada recoiled.
I never will. Listen, you can borrow a horse and buggy from your brother if you need one. He has 3 horses and 2 buggies.
I don't want to borrow things. Besides, he never helps anyone in the family, so I'm not asking him for anything.
Also, why are you staying with Ruth? She's an Englisher, after all.
Ruth is a kind woman who needs help around the place. There's nothing wrong with working for an Englisher. It's not forbidden in the Ordnung. In fact, lots of other people have bosses who are Englishers.
Ruth is your employer? Ada queried.
No, not technically. But I'm staying in her block of stables for free, so technically, perhaps.
Ada was totally perplexed.
What are you even doing here?
I wanted to come say hello to my brother and meet his new wife. Do you have a problem with that, too?
Ada rubbed her forehead. This guy was driving her mad.
Cherish is my sister-in-law, making me even closer to her than you. Are you just a family friend? You know the old saying, don't you? Blood is thicker than water.
Ada sighed. This man was bending some of the facts.
I've known their family for years. We are more than good friends. We are like relations.
I don't want to be a burden on the family. I can work for what I need. I like being close, but not too close.
Ada got a glimmer of his intentions.
Do you plan to remain in Willersburg?
Perhaps. It's a nice place, and I could settle down here.
And your family's farm?
That doesn't tie me down. My other brothers are there.
That's up to you, Jed. I just prefer Malachi not to be negatively influenced by you.
Jed chuckled.
Maybe it's the other way round.
Ada wanted to smack him.
Stop being ridiculous. You won't get anywhere with me by being evasive and trying to belittle me.
He smiled.
Maybe I'm just trying to make you consider my side of the story.
Just because your opinion on cars differs from mine does not mean that you're correct and I'm wrong. You don't have any family apart from Malachi here, and you lack any roots in the community. It's not appropriate for you to stay here.
Jed laughed and thanked Ada before beginning to walk away. Ada widened her eyes in surprise.
Are you thinking about staying for good?
I'm going home now, back to Ruth's, he said,
before starting up the car and roaring down the driveway. Ada was filled with dread. She had never encountered someone as challenging as Jed before. She trudged back to the house, pondering over if she should share what had happened with anyone. Did Cherish know what her brother-in-law was like? She could sense a certain tension between Jed and Malachi, so she assumed Malachi already knew of his brother's attitude. Then Ada had to wonder whether Jed had decided to stay longer due to her words. He was that kind of a person. Chapter 27. Wilma was in the kitchen talking to Cherish about the new friend she had made.
Wait, you said Susan Main and Daphne Hinkle?
Correct.
Does Daphne keep asking for information about Malachi's family?
Cherish inquired. Mom nodded slowly and took a bite of her cookie.
Yes, it's come up at least once or twice. I told her I'd get the details for her. Well, I can write it down before you go. She does a great job keeping up with everyone's family trees. It's an important job.
Wilma hesitated before she spoke again. She was eager to see how Cherish would react to learning she had a new male friend. Also, there is one more person I recently became acquainted with. I knew him before, but he's more of a friend now.
Oh? Who is that?
Eli Rodmacher. Mom hadn't remembered that Ada had already told Cherish about Eli. Mom had stood there, giggling. Cherish kept the conversation going as though she didn't know a thing.
Didn't his wife just pass away?
Cherish asked. That's right. Franny died a few months ago. He's doing chores for me, like chopping firewood.
Don't you have Samuel for that?
Yes, but not always. Eli has given me some lovely rose plants. Cherish stared at her mother, wide-eyed. How could she think of anyone else already?
What are you trying to tell me? That you're interested in Eli?
Wilma looked away. I didn't say that. He's an old friend.
Why did you even bring him up?
Because Ada is always joking about it. I just wanted you to be prepared if she ever says anything about it in front of you.
I can handle Ada. I've been doing it since forever.
Wilma smiled. I know you have.
So, are you going to remain single like most other widows, Mom?
I don't know. Wilma stifled a sob as she thought of how hard it had been since Levi's death.
It's hard to be alone in the evenings.
I understand. Cherish opened her arms, and Wilma stepped into her embrace. Wilma drew back from the hug and looked at Cherish fondly. You have grown so much since you left for the farm. You have accomplished so much here.
Thanks, Mom.
Cherish gave her a lopsided smile.
Don't make me cry.
I missed you so much. Now, don't you worry about getting information from Malachi. I'll do it now. Mom began to walk away before Cherish could protest. Cherish knew Malachi wouldn't answer her mother's questions when it had taken so long to tell her anything. Wilma went to her bedroom to get her warm coat before she went outside. Meanwhile, Ada shuffled into the kitchen and slumped into a seat.
Where's Wilma? Apparently, she went to talk to Malachi about his family for Daphne.
What for? Ada asked.
To share the information with her.
Ada pursed her lips.
That's right. Daphne keeps asking your mother about that. I just had a weird conversation with Jed. That's no surprise. All my talks with him are strange.
Ada exhaled loudly.
I tried to make him see that he shouldn't be driving if his uncle is the bishop. Does the bishop even know that he is behind the wheel? I don't think so. He's mostly just driving between here and Ruth's house. It's only a short-term thing.
Ada shook her head in disbelief.
It's unbelievable.
Cherish inquired.
Is he going to take your advice?
No.
He was so difficult to talk with. He's completely different from Malachi.
Yeah, they're totally different. Cherish nodded.
What Jed needs is a woman. She will help him become a good man and a role model for others. Men change when they are responsible for someone else.
Cherish considered who might be suitable for him and came up with no one.
The problem is there aren't any single women in the area. We'll have to look outside of this community, and I'll do the searching. I'm a matchmaker, after all.
Cherish cringed, hoping Ada wouldn't mention the 2 unions she had claimed responsibility for.
I thought Mercy and Stephen would make the perfect couple. Then there was Jonathan and Honor, and I'll do my best to get Matthew and Krystal together. I can't remember all the matches I've made, but there have been quite a few.
You really are brilliant, Ada, Cherish chuckled.
Thank you, but all the credit goes to God. He gave me the gift of matchmaking, and I'm merely his vessel to carry it out.
Do you honestly think Jed's behavior will change once he falls in love?
Yes, I do.
Cherish's birds chirped in response.
What are you two doing making all that noise?
Ada got off the chair and walked over to them. They're agreeing with you.
Ada laughed. Your mother says it's too quiet now that you and the birds are gone.
She told me that, too. I thought she'd be glad to be rid of them.
Maybe I should get her a bird. She said no when I suggested it, but it might make her happy.
Ada leaned in and spoke to the birds. Cherish thought about her mother getting a bird. It would never happen. She told me she has new friends, Daphne, Susan, and Eli. Ada rubbed her chin.
She called Eli a friend? Did she say he was a good one?
Yes, she seems quite taken with him. And I must ask... Ada sat back down in front of Cherish.
What? What do you want to know?
It's nothing. Cherish shook her head.
It has to be something, or you wouldn't have opened your mouth.
I was only wondering if you think Mom has any romantic feelings for Eli, apart from friendship.
Ada instantly pushed back. No way. Wilma and I are reopening the shop soon, and that should help her focus on something else besides Levi and Eli. Do you believe she has feelings for him?
No. Levi just passed away not long ago, and Mom is still in mourning, as are we all. Cherish took a deep breath. Ada gestured dismissively.
Thank you for your concern, but I think you're wrong. It'll take your mother some time to accept that Levi has gone. I do know that she does get lonely at night and in the mornings.
Cherish leaned in, patting Ada's arm. I wasn't accusing her of anything. Also, I like to keep up with what's happening at home. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Apart from what's going on with Krystal and Matthew, love is in the air for Debbie and Fritz. I predict there will be a wedding soon, and another quilt will need to be made.
Ada rose to her feet.
I should go find Wilma to ensure she hasn't gotten lost again.
Okay, I think she's talking with Malachi, but I'm not sure where they are.
No matter, I'll find them.
Ada peered out of the house and scanned her surroundings, searching for Wilma and Malachi. She made her way up the hill and passed through a fence. Then Ada observed a cow that was making odd noises and pacing in a circle. She realized labor was almost upon the animal, yet something about its behavior seemed off. Acting on instinct, Ada grabbed the bottom of her dress and charged forward to find Malachi. She had to move quickly. Chapter 28. Moments before, Wilma had seen Malachi patching up a fence between two paddocks.
Malachi, I think it's time that we had a conversation.
Malachi looked up and then placed his wire cutters down.
What do you want to talk about, Wilma?
Well, it's nothing big. Just that the lady from my community who keeps track of the genealogy needs your family's information. But Cherish hasn't handed it in yet. Is there something wrong? Malachi adjusted his hat.
What's the purpose of this?
My friend Daphne is the record keeper in our community. We keep tabs on marriages, births, deaths, and such. She loves what she does. He tipped his hat back on his head.
That sounds like fun.
Wilma chuckled. I don't think you really believe that, but Daphne loves it. She's a real historian.
I'll give Cherish all the details soon.
We can do that right now. I have a pen and paper here. Malachi moved uncomfortably from one foot to the other as Wilma held up the pen and paper.
Can we do it later? I'm trying to finish up before it starts raining, and I need to concentrate on what I'm doing.
Oh, sure, that's fine. We can just wait until tonight. No rush, as long as we have all the information before we head home.
I'll make sure you get it. Don't worry.
Thanks. Just then, Ada shouted,
Malachi!
They both turned around to see her waving her handkerchief in the air.
Help!
Ada shouted.
What's the matter? Wilma asked.
One of the cows is having trouble. She's having odd contractions. It's the mother cow, Ada explained. She's not behaving as she should. Something is wrong. Malachi started moving. Where is she? Follow me. As soon as they saw the cow, Malachi confirmed that there was an issue with the birth. I'll get her into the barn so I can better monitor her. We'll help, Wilma offered. Chapter 29. Once they had the cow in the barn, Cherish joined them. Now they were all standing around watching the cow while Malachi stood in the pen with her. There you are, sunshine. Nice and warm in the barn. Now we wait, do we? Wilma asked. How far away is the birth, Malachi? Cherish asked. Malachi didn't answer because he was too busy feeling the cow's belly. The cow moved away from him, making a dreadful sound. She's in labor now. It shouldn't be long, but... But what? Cherish asked. I think it's going to be a breech birth. Ada clapped her hand over her mouth. That's not good. See, I knew there was a problem. I've been around cows a lot when I was a girl. Can she deliver a breech without medical help? Cherish asked. Malachi shook his head. Not if it's a big calf. There is a chance it might change position, but it's not likely at this stage. The calf might already be in the birth canal. This might not end well, Ada told Wilma and Cherish. I know these things. Cherish's heart beat out of her chest. She didn't want the cow to deliver a dead calf, or worse, to lose both Sunshine and the unborn calf. We'll have to call a vet. No, Malachi shook his head. We must if there's any risk. We'll find a way to pay for it. It's not about money. Call Jed, Malachi said. He'll know what to do. He's done this before, a few times. Cherish raced to the phone and called Ruth. Ruth said she'd deliver the message, and in less than 5 minutes, they heard the screech of the car's brakes in the driveway. Car doors slammed, and then Jed appeared in the barn's doorway with Ruth behind him. Malachi watched Jed approach the cow. The cow seemed to be at ease with him, more so than Malachi. Jed observed the cow's movements. He stood quietly for a moment. Then he turned to Malachi. If it's a breach, she's going to need our help. That's why you're here, Malachi said. Jed turned around and looked at all of them. I'm going to need all of you. We'll do anything, Cherish said. Yes, we will. And so will Ada, Wilma said, glancing at Ada's worried face. I'm going to have to go in. Jed held out his hand, and Ruth handed him a bottle. He pulled up his sleeve and then poured the contents onto his hand, and then walked to the rear end of the cow. Cherish and the others turned and closed their eyes as he reached his hand in. Yep, I can feel it. It's definitely a breach. What will you do? Cherish asked. It depends on exactly what position it's in. I've got to keep her standing so I can try to turn it. He felt along the cow while Malachi stood beside the cow, stroking her and telling her it was going to be okay. Cherish had never thought emergencies such as these would be part of farm life. She'd spent too much time daydreaming about all the good things. I think it's a big calf, Malachi told his brother. You're not wrong. Good thing you saw she was giving birth. Ada noticed. I should have kept a closer eye on her. Malachi looked over and gave Ada a smile. Thank you. I came across her by accident. Well, I'm sure God caused me to go outside when I did. Yeah, you should have kept a better eye on her, Jed told Malachi gruffly. I can feel what I'm pretty sure are front legs. I'm going to try to turn her. Just keep her upright and don't let her get down while I'm doing it. Cherish was worried and looked over at Ada. Ada met her gaze, and they knew they were thinking the same thing. Did Jed know what he was doing? How will you turn it? Wilma asked. I move it a bit and encourage the calf to give me a bit of help. We must all pray. Ada grabbed hold of Wilma and Cherish's hands, and then they all closed their eyes and prayed for a safe delivery for both mother and calf. Someone get some rope, Jed yelled out. I'll do it, Ruth said. It's over here. Cherish got there before Ruth and grabbed a length of rope
and Malachi took it from her. Ada and Wilma stood there, staring.
"I've never seen this be done,"
Ada whispered.
What's the rope for?
Wilma whispered back to Ada.
I think he's going to tie it to the calf and pull it out, Ruth said.
Wilma winced.
Surely not.
Okay, it worked. Now we must wait.
Jed hung his head.
Are you sure?
Cherish asked.
We could call a vet.
No,
Jed shook his head.
He'll only do what I'm doing.
Why the rope?
Ruth asked.
The calf is a big one. We may need to pull it out. I need to get both arms in to make sure of things. Keep her standing, Malachi.
That's what I've been doing. But if she really wants to lie down, I doubt I'll be able to stop her.
You must.
Jed reached in once again.
The legs are in a good spot.
I'm surprised it moved at all if it's so big, Ruth said.
The cow bore down and then stopped.
That was a contraction,
Jed told them. Can she lie down now? Malachi asked.
Yeah, it should be okay.
The cow then lay down on the straw.
Is that a good sign?
Wilma asked.
It's normal, Jed replied. I think things will go smoothly from here. Nothing's ever certain, though, until it's out and breathing.
After a few more contractions, legs appeared.
This is great. It's going well so far, Jed told them.
Cherish could barely look. She hoped things would stay moving in a positive direction. During the next contraction, Jed helped by taking hold of the calf's legs and gently guiding it out. What felt like an hour later, a calf slithered into the world. But it just lay there while they all looked on, waiting for a sign of life. Jed said what they didn't want to hear.
There's no heartbeat.
Jed was already kneeling beside the calf. He pulled it up on his chest and then leaned down and removed the membrane away from its mouth and nose. Then he covered one nostril and breathed into the other nostril. They watched on as Jed tried to breathe life into the baby cow, but the calf still wasn't breathing. Tears streamed down Cherish's face, and she regretted not demanding that a vet be called. At least then they would have done everything they could. Chapter 30. The mother cow got to her feet and walked over to her baby and nudged it with her nose.
Get water, Jed called out. I'm going to put some in his ear.
Cherish grabbed a small feeding scoop and filled it with water from the water trough in the stall. She handed it over to Jed, and he trickled some water into the calf's ear. Its head jerked up, and it took a gasp of air. Then its chest started going up and down by itself. The mother nudged the calf again, and it moved its head and its eyes flickered open. Jed whispered,
Glad you could join the living. And we have a girl.
Cherish was relieved. A girl! Cherish squeaked. Are you all right? Malachi asked her. Cherish nodded.
She seems okay, but I'm going to check her out.
Jed held the calf up and placed her down on the ground, and then he lifted her up again and looked at her from all sides. They all watched as the calf struggled to stand. After Jed was finished with her, she got to her feet and stumbled around. She wobbled around the stall. Then her legs folded under her, and she hit the floor with a thud. But she got up again and staggered a few steps before she fell again.
This is great,
Jed said. She looks fine, Ada said. The cow nudged her calf, and she got up. Then the mother walked over to the wall and sucked on a post.
She's okay, Jed said. She'll start feeding her soon.
Several moments later, the mother pushed her calf over to the teat, and she latched on.
She's not sucking, Wilma said.
She's too tired.
Jed waited, and then he gave the calf a little push, and she started suckling.
Good girl. Now we must let mother and calf bond.
It's a miracle, Wilma said. Yes, it is, Ruth nodded. If you believe in those kinds of things. I'm still on the fence, but if anything was a miracle, this is close to one. We've got to thank God,
Ada said, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Thank you, God, and thank you, Jed, Cherish said.
No need for thanks. I'll stay here with them tonight to make sure they're both okay. The first 24 hours is the most important.
No, I'll stay with them, Malachi said. It's my duty to do it.
I'll do it. You gave me a job, and I'll finish it. I've never run away from anything in my life.
Cherish knew Jed was having a jab at Malachi, but at that point, she was grateful that he'd saved the calf, and, most likely, the mother, too. I'll bring you some dinner and some bedding, Jed.
Thanks, Cherish.
Good job, Jed, Ruth said. You're a miracle worker.
He laughed.
I don't know about that.
He looked down at his hands and his arms.
I probably should get cleaned up, and we should change this straw as soon as we can.
Malachi put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Come up to the house with me. You can wash up, and I'll find some clothes that will fit you. The two brothers walked out of the barn together.
I didn't hear Malachi thank his brother, Ada whispered.
He's shy. I'm sure he will when they're alone, Cherish said. They all looked over at the calf, who was still suckling.
Look at her now, Wilma said. This day could have turned out quite differently.
Yes, it could have, Ada agreed.
It was interesting to watch him in action. He knew what he was doing right from the start. A man like that needs a good woman to look after him, Wilma said.
Cherish smiled, glad that they all thought well of her brother-in-law.
Wait a minute, Wilma. We can find him a good woman, but what about how he thinks it's okay to drive a car? I'm sure love will change him. Ruth laughed. He's only driving the car because it's there. I don't have a horse and buggy to loan him. Ada stared straight ahead. You might be right about that, but still.
As soon as Jed comes back, I'll start cooking the evening meal. You will stay, won't you, Ruth? Cherish asked.
Thank you, but I'll go home and have a quiet night. This has all been most exciting. I've only seen bad outcomes in situations like these.
Chapter 31. Back in Lancaster County, Hope and Sigrid were sitting in Hope's kitchen. I'm sorry, Hope. I know I wasn't supposed to fall for him, but he probably doesn't like me now since he sent Fairfax to cancel our lunch. No, you weren't supposed to like him. Krystal's in love with him. You knew that. Hope couldn't help being annoyed with her friend. Now Krystal was hurting. She was also angry with Matthew for leading Krystal up the garden path. He must have lied about his feelings. I'm sorry, Hope. I didn't know I'd ruined things, but it's best for Krystal to find out now, isn't it? Isn't that why you asked me here? So it's unfair of you to blame me for anything. Hope inhaled sharply. I know. I never expected it to turn out like this. I wouldn't have suggested this whole thing if I thought Matthew would be so undecided. He's not undecided. He likes me. Well, I thought he did. Now I don't know for sure. Yeah, he likes you until another woman comes along. Hope could see by her friend's face that the words had stung, but Hope had no doubt that it was true. I might have a lie down, unless you have something you need some help with. No, I'm fine. You have a rest. I might go for a walk. Okay. When Sigrid left the room, Hope put the broom aside, and instead of washing the floor as she'd intended, she decided to confront Matthew. Hope walked out of the house, and the closer she got to Matthew's cottage, the more enraged she became. When she knocked on his door, she was at boiling point. Matthew had just finished work and was enjoying a brewed cup of coffee. He was having a deep think about Sigrid and Krystal. He liked Sigrid, but was that because she was someone new? It was exciting to discover someone different and find out about them. It seemed a hard thing to settle down and marry just one woman and be with that one person forever. He might live to 80 or 90, and that was a long time. He regretted jumping in and proposing to Krystal. There was just something about Sigrid that clicked with him, and he had never felt like that with Krystal. When he heard the front door open, he thought it was his housemate. He wasn't prepared for Hope to burst through the door and confront him in his kitchen. Chapter 32. Can we talk? Hope placed her hands on her hips.
Sure.
He knew she was mad by the look on her face.
What is it?
Matthew asked. It's about Sigrid. He nodded to the coffee pot.
Coffee? It's freshly made.
No. She sat opposite him. How could you? He put the cup up to his lips and took a sip. Then he slowly put the cup back down on the table.
How could I what?
Aren't you a decent man? You've been raised well by Ada's sister, so I know you had a good upbringing. How could you do this to Krystal?
Krystal? I thought we were talking about Sigrid and me not being able to meet her. We had plans to meet, and then I had to go to the store. Fairfax delivered the message, didn't he?
Don't play games with me. You made a promise to Krystal, and you're upsetting her. You're playing with her emotions and causing her a lot of confusion. Now Sigrid's feelings have come into play. I'm asking you to go and see her and sort it out.
See who?
Krystal.
I can't do that. I just went there and she slammed the door in my face.
She did?
Yes, I even brought her flowers and chocolates.
She must be dreadfully upset about what you've done to her. If I was Fairfax, I'd fire you right now and order you off this place.
That's a bit harsh.
How could you ask Sigrid to meet you, alone, on a date? What are you doing?
It wasn't really a date. I asked her to come and find me so we could talk and eat.
Why would you talk to another woman when you've already asked Krystal to marry you?
Krystal never said yes. She's thinking about it. So does that mean I have to wait around forever?
Yes. 100 times yes.
Matthew shrugged. I don't know about that.
I think you should explain that you've met someone else. If you want to move ahead with Sigrid, you've got to make a choice.
I can't. I can't face Krystal again. I'll just not see her anymore, and then she'll know things are through with us. She's mad at me anyhow. I think we just broke up. Yeah, I reckon we did. Words were exchanged.
Hope put her hands to her head. How could he not know whether he'd ended a relationship with someone? You can't just not talk to her. You'll see her all the time. You just live next door, and you'll see her at all the meetings. You can't avoid her.
I'll do it somehow.
Did you end the relationship?
I think so. I asked if we were through, and she said yes. She wished Sigrid and me the best. So I guess that means we're over.
You're a fool. I hope you figure things out, or you'll leave a string of broken hearts across the country. Hope stood up and walked out of the cottage, shutting the door heavily on her way out. Matthew got up and looked out the window and watched her walk to her house. He knew Hope was right. The best option would be to keep Krystal around in case things didn't work out with Sigrid. If Sigrid didn't fall in love with him, he'd have no one. Despite being exhausted, Matthew decided to walk over to Hope's house. When he reached the house, he knocked on the front door, and when Hope opened the door, he couldn't speak. "Are you here to see Sigrid?" Hope asked.
No, I want to talk with you.
To tell me you found someone else already? Now you have Sigrid and Krystal in love with you, and now a third woman? He shook his head.
That's not right. There's no third woman.
Hope calmed down. I'm sorry. That was a silly thing to say, but I'm so cross right now.
I just wanted to let you know that I will tell Krystal that it's over for sure, and that there's no coming back. I can't continue to lead her on like this.
It's up to you, but I'm glad you're finally making a choice and a final decision.
I'm sorry if I've upset you, Hope. I never meant to upset anyone.
I'm worried for Krystal, that's all. She's one of my very best friends. I'm now worried about Sigrid. Next time, think about... Sigrid came up behind Hope. Matthew, I thought I heard your voice.
Hi, Sigrid.
I wasn't expecting you. I'll grab my coat now and we can go for that walk. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, she'd whipped her coat on and was walking out the door with him. I'll see you soon, Hope, she said as she looped arms with Matthew. Hope didn't say anything, and Matthew had no choice but to walk with her. After a while of walking through the orchard, Sigrid said, "Where are we going?" Matthew stopped still and hung his head. Chapter 33. Sigrid looked down to where Matthew was staring and saw a wilted daisy that had made it through the cold weather. "You killed it."
What do you mean?
"The flower you're looking at. You've killed it."
I did?
She laughed. "I'm just being silly. You were just staring so hard."
Let's sit on the same bench where we sat before.
Okay. Matthew walked to the bench and sat down, and she sat next to him.
I shouldn't have asked you out. I shouldn't have encouraged this attraction we have.
His voice was low, and Sigrid moved even closer to him. You didn't encourage anything. I felt it too. Our attraction to each other seems just natural. But I'll understand if you want to marry Krystal. You've only just met me, and you already know Krystal. Matthew put his head in his hands.
I'm a mess.
I don't see why.
It's complicated.
I thought you were committed to Krystal. Isn't that so? Sigrid asked.
I am partly, and would have been wholly if she'd said yes when I proposed.
So why are you interested in me? She fluttered her eyelashes.
Stop it. You know why. You're beautiful, and you're a wonderful person.
I'm a stranger to you.
So is Krystal half the time. She's built up so many fences around her heart that she feels like a stranger. I'm torn. Hope is making me feel like I should forget you and forge ahead with Krystal, even though she's not giving me clear messages.
He didn't want to get Sigrid's hopes up by telling her he'd ended things with Krystal. What do you want, Matthew? Forget everyone else and just tell me what you want right now. He looked into her greenish-blue eyes.
Deep down in my heart, I want to get to know you better. I feel a connection with you that I never had with Krystal.
Do you love her, though?
I feel that I could have loved her if I'd been given a proper chance with her, if she had stopped pushing me away.
That's not the only thing, though, is it? You're attracted to me, and you're attracted to her, but you feel closer to me at this time. Is that kind of true?
Actually, I felt closer to you from the day I met you.
It felt good to say what was on his heart without judgment. Sigrid was a woman who could hear the truth from his lips and not judge him for it. Could you forget about her and give me a chance? He inhaled deeply.
I'm not good with women. I've never dated before, apart from a couple of times when Krystal and I went out for a meal. I have no clue how to handle this.
How would you feel if I went home tomorrow? He grabbed hold of her hand.
Don't do that. Just give me the night to sleep on it. I never thought I'd meet a girl like you. It's been so sudden that my whole body and mind are in shock.
Sigrid smiled and looked down at their clasped hands. She felt confident that she knew what his decision would be. I don't want to put pressure on you. I'm staying for a few more days. You know where to find me. She stood up, and he had no choice but to let go of her hand. Matthew walked home alone. He was thinking about choosing something he'd regret for the rest of his life, or going ahead with a love that could possibly be true love. He was making a decision that would alter his life forever. Something stopped him from going to have that talk with Krystal. He wouldn't rush into anything. He had to do some more thinking. Chapter 34. When Sigrid came back to Hope's house after her talk with Matthew, Hope knew Sigrid was in love. She suspected that Matthew wasn't going to speak with Krystal now that Sigrid had distracted him. Hope told Sigrid she was going out for a walk, but instead she hurried through the orchard until she came to Krystal's house. Krystal was sitting on the porch and looked up as Hope approached. It seemed like Krystal was waiting for someone, but Matthew was nowhere in sight. Hope pulled Krystal inside, and the two of them made their way to the living room. Hope told Krystal about Sigrid and Matthew, and when she was done, Krystal was crying. Through tears, Krystal said, "I'm sorry." Hope said, "What for?" "I was so mean to her, and I knew she was in love with him." "Well," Hope said, "Sigrid's only flaw was she believed in love. You weren't mean to her." "I was thinking mean things when I saw them getting along," Krystal said. "She's still so young, and she probably doesn't know what she wants." Hope shook her head. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was supposed to be testing him. "I can't even look at her. I don't even want her in my house. She is... I can't even say what I think about her." Krystal tilted her head. "It's not her fault. We got her into this. I should have been prepared for this, but I wasn't. I'm so stupid." "No, you're not." Hope put her arm around Krystal's shoulder. "Perhaps I should have agreed to marry him before we tested him. That would have been a truer test, because now he can say we weren't really committed because I didn't say yes." "You wanted someone who loved you and only you, right?" Krystal nodded. "But is that realistic? Is there anyone who would hold out for one woman? A woman who might say no?" "Yes." Krystal sniffed. "Don't be upset with Sigrid. I'm sure she didn't mean for any of this to happen. She probably has genuine feelings for Matthew." "I'm sure she does. This is all such a bad situation. I'm sorry I ever suggested it." "I'm glad you did. I'm just sad that I'm on my own again. Matthew was the only man who didn't care that I wasn't born into an Amish community. Now I have no prospects on the horizon. No leads at all." "I'm sorry," Hope said. "I wish I could do something to help." "It's just so hard to be alone. I know single people aren't that uncommon in this world, but it doesn't feel like it when you're not in the Amish world. Everyone is paired off. It was just awful. Debbie will soon be married to Fritz, and I'll be here alone with Wilma." "Someone will come along. I know it." "I've never had any trouble finding boyfriends when I was an Englisher." Sigrid came to the door. She had been crying. She pushed open the door that had been left ajar. "Krystal," she said. Krystal looked up and nodded, but didn't say anything. Sigrid fidgeted with the brim of her bonnet. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." "It's not your fault. We should never have done this," Krystal said. "If you want Matthew, you're welcome to him." Sigrid shook her head. "I wanted him to say he didn't have a girlfriend. I have sinned." Krystal wrapped her arms around herself. "I don't know about that. We're probably all guilty for doing this. He's yours now, Sigrid." Sigrid's eyes darted around the room and then looked at Krystal, who was now looking at the floor. "Are you sure you don't want him?" "Of course I don't. I was just testing him. I was waiting for him to walk away. It's fine. We've broken up already." Sigrid lowered her head. "I'm sorry," Krystal said. "I'm the one who should be sorry. I tricked him. You don't know what it's like, Sigrid. I've been alone for so long. I was so happy for those 3 days after Matthew proposed." "Then why didn't you agree to marry him?" "I wasn't sure it was right. I wasn't sure that he was right for me, or if maybe there was someone else." "I admire your honesty, Krystal." Sigrid moved closer. "I'm sorry." "I'm sure I'll be fine," Krystal said. "I'll probably end up leaving the community and finding a home somewhere. I'm not sure what I'll do." Don't leave, Krystal. Matthew accepted you and wanted to marry you. There will be someone else, Hope said. Krystal sighed.
I did want a family. I wanted children. I wanted to belong to a community.
Krystal snorted.
I don't know. I'm getting to the age where I'll be an old maid. I'll probably end up joining a nunnery if I leave.
Don't leave, Sigrid shook her head. Let's go outside and sit on the front porch, Hope suggested. I think we can all use some fresh air. Krystal stood, and on her way out of the house, she threw her coat around her shoulders. Sigrid followed them outside.
I feel so awful, Sigrid said. I'm okay about it now. I do hope you and Matthew have a future together. Just don't tell anyone the secret of how you came to meet him.
Sigrid smiled.
I surely won't. I'll just say I was visiting Hope, because that's the truth.
Krystal pulled her coat closed and said,
Just go ahead with your thing with Matthew. I'm going away for a few days to clear my head.
Where are you going? Hope asked.
I'm going to Cherish's farm. I'll come back when Ada and Wilma come back. It would be good to talk with him about everything.
Hope said, Please don't tell them everything.
Oh, yes, I won't tell them about our secret plan. Maybe things with Matthew and me won't work out, Sigrid announced. Even so, he and I are through, no matter what. I'd hate to marry someone who only wanted to be with me because of where I've been raised.
Krystal wasn't sure if what she said made sense, but not much made sense to her anymore. That's why she needed to distance herself from it all. Sigrid's lips turned down at the corners.
I feel bad for you, because Matthew is such a great guy. I really, really like him, and it doesn't make me feel good to know that you're disappointed, and it's all because of me. He's not for me. He's a friend. I want him to be happy, Krystal assured her.
Sigrid nodded and then turned to Hope.
Are you angry with me?
Hope shook her head. Not with you. I'm angry with the situation.
I'll go and let you two talk. Thanks for the talk, Sigrid. I'm glad you came here to clear things up. I feel better.
Krystal got up and hugged Sigrid, and she hugged her back.
I hope you'll be happy.
Thanks, Sigrid said.
I hope you'll be happy, too.
After they watched Sigrid make her way back through the orchard, Krystal sat down on the porch steps, and Hope sat beside her. Krystal sighed.
I feel like I'm being punished for everything I've ever done. Now I'm alone, again. I try to be strong all the time.
Krystal broke down and sobbed. Hope put her arms around her friend. I know it hurts.
I'm tired of crying, Krystal said.
Then stop it. You've got so many friends. You have your quilt store.
I know. I do have a lot of good things in my life. It's just that I had a plan of what I wanted, and now I don't know if it will ever happen.
She leaned her head back and looked up at the late afternoon sky.
What do you want me to do, God? Why are things so hard? Why did you send me here?
Krystal sat there feeling sorry for herself, feeling of no value to anyone, while Hope offered words of encouragement. Chapter 35. That night after dinner, Wilma and Ada were sitting in the kitchen at the farm, talking over hot tea and cookies.
Oh, Wilma, I have to say something.
What is it?
I was impressed with how Jed took over and delivered that calf.
Me too. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Wilma grabbed a cookie off the plate and took a bite.
If I was young again and didn't have Samuel, if I'd never met Samuel, Jed would be the kind of man I'd look for. Apart from his not following the rules, I could never marry a man who disregarded the Ordnung. He's not ordinary, is he?
I agree. There's something different about him, for sure.
And he's attractive, not in a pretty way,
in a handsome, manly way, Wilma said.
Exactly.
They both brought their teacups up to their lips and took a sip at exactly the same time.
We need to find him a lady. I find it hard to believe he hasn't found one himself in his own Amish community. Cherish tells us there are no single women here.
Do you have anyone in mind? Wilma asked.
No, but I'll write to my friends.
Ada drank her tea while thinking of possible prospects. She'd made many friends in her travels over the years, and most of them had daughters and granddaughters.
I have no idea where to find someone for Jed. Hopefully your letters will lead to someone.
Wilma leaned forward and whispered,
Won't it seem like we're meddling?
Possibly, but when we get him a wife, no one will mind. It'll be a happy ending all around.
I thought endings were supposed to be sad, Wilma said.
They can be if you want them to be. I'd like to think that I've had a wonderful life, and if I went home to Gott now, I'd be at peace with everything. That's a happy ending. I want Jed and everyone I know to be the same way.
We've both been through hard times and good times, Wilma said, feeling melancholy.
This is true.
And you've been there for me through it all. You were beside me through Levi's illness. If it wasn't for you and Samuel, I don't know what I'd have done.
You would do the same for me.
I know. That's what makes us such good friends.
Ada got up and went to the window.
It's going to be a dark night. I hope Samuel's not missing me too much.
I'm sure he's fine. He's been alone before when you've come here. I'm sure he's okay, Wilma said.
I suppose you're right.
I'm always right, Wilma said. Don't forget it now.
I won't.
They both laughed. Ada sat back down and raised her arms over her head and yawned.
I'm going to go to bed and start writing letters to people about Jed. I've got my address book with me, and I've brought envelopes and paper, too. I was hoping to find time to write letters.
That's a good idea.
Wilma yawned, too.
Do you think you should ask Jed before you do that?
No, he's not married. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. He'll be grateful. If I tell him, he might get his hopes up. I'd feel awful for him if I had to tell him I'd found no one.
Yes, that's probably best.
Ada took their cups to the sink and proceeded to rinse them out. Then she left them in the sink to drain. Chapter 36. The next morning, Cherish, Wilma, and Ada went down to the barn to check on the one-day-old calf.
Oh, look, she's sleeping.
Ada's voice was so loud that it woke the calf, and she stumbled to her feet.
Oh, look at her. She's so cute.
Wilma giggled as the mother cow nudged her baby with her nose. Cherish thought it was funny to hear her mother giggling like a schoolgirl. It was good to see her enjoying herself.
Malachi's going to want to keep this one. He won't be able to sell her.
She's cute now, but they're not so cute when they get older.
Ada reached her hand out and stroked the mother cow.
So friendly. Cherish, have you made yourself some friends while you've been here?
Cherish chuckled.
It sounds like I made them out of clay or something.
I didn't mean it to sound like that.
I have. You already know Annie and her husband. They came to my wedding. And then a new couple moved here, Emma and Zeke. They bought one of the blocks of land, so they'll be favoring Simon's new next-door neighbors. How delightful. You already have friends, and then Favor will be an extra to add to the group, Wilma said. I know. That reminds me, their house will be arriving soon. If it's on time, it'll be today. I can't wait to see it. We'll get to see it before Favor sees it? Mom asked. Yes. I just hope it's not too bad inside. The bishop said to expect it to be pretty bad. It'll need a lot of work. At least they'll have a roof over their heads. Yes, and they'll be away from Simon's controlling parents.
Ada stared at Cherish with pursed lips.
That's not nice, Cherish. Harriet and Melvin aren't controlling. They are caring.
Sorry, it slipped out without me being able to help it. Anyway, that's the truth of my thoughts. They won't let him have a say about anything. You know that, Ada.
Ada shook her head.
I thought you'd changed. You're still as outspoken as ever. You don't know what it's like for Harriet and Melvin to only have one child.
That's true. I don't know, but I doubt I'll be like that if I end up with one child. I've always thought you raise your children to be independent and think for themselves. Then you push them out of the nest after you've taught them about life.
Wilma, what did you do to make Cherish like this? She has her own mind. She was born like it. It's not my fault.
Wilma gave a laugh.
We disagree about most things.
Anyway, it'll do Simon good to get away, Cherish said.
I don't know how they'll cope on the farm without Simon. I just don't see they'll be able to do it.
Ada shook her head. They'll have to find a way, Ada, Mom said. The Lord will provide them with a way. Ada sighed and looked down.
I feel for them. I find it hard that my kinner lives so far away. They've had him with them all of his life, and now Favor snaps her fingers and takes him from them. They probably thought they'd gained a daughter. They wouldn't have expected this.
Cherish stood there in silence, not knowing what to say without sounding selfish.
I should wash up the breakfast things. Do you want to come back to the house or stay here for a while?
We'll come back, Wilma said. As they walked to the house, Ada wouldn't let the subject of Simon go.
The other viewpoint is that Simon is making a life for himself. We know it wasn't easy for Favor to live in isolation. Here she has Cherish and Malachi and the other friends Cherish has made.
Yes, Cherish added. And their husbands will be Simon's friends. It'll all work out. Just you wait and see.
If you say so. How's Malachi this morning? Ada asked. I haven't seen him.
He's good. I saw him earlier. Cherish is not very happy with him. Cherish stared at her mother, wondering if she was going to tell some kind of joke.
Why?
Ada asked. It's a long story, but he seems to be spending a lot of money.
That's not a good sign.
Ada shook her head.
Mom, that wasn't what I said. And what I said was just between the two of us.
You can tell me, Ada said. I'm your second mom. Your stand-in mom when Wilma is not around.
Cherish hurried up the porch steps and then pushed open the front door. She held it while Mom and Ada walked through.
I didn't want a fuss made. Just forget about it, please, Ada. Mom has got it all wrong. I didn't say that at all. I'm more than happy with Malachi.
Ada looked at her.
I hope so.
I'll be back in a minute.
What are you going to do, Cherish? Mom asked.
I'm going to find Malachi and help him. Then we can look at the house later when it arrives. The bishop said it'll be there at around 2 this afternoon.
Oh, I can't wait. Your mother and I will make ourselves useful. We can wash up and then we'll bake some bread.
That would be great. Thanks.
We'll just have another pot of tea before we start. What do you think, Wilma?
Sounds good to me. Cherish left the house, leaving them to their tea and their gossip. She just hoped that Malachi wouldn't hear that she was unhappy with him. That could create problems. Chapter 37. Later that afternoon, Malachi got word that Favor and Simon's house had already arrived. Cherish couldn't wait to see if they'd managed to get it off the truck without damage. Malachi hitched the buggy and they made their way to the land.
Cherish, I don't know why they got a house on a truck. The house won't be stable.
What do you mean, Ada?
Is the house going to stay on wheels? Ada asked.
Cherish laughed.
No, it's an old house that no one wanted, and they got it on a truck somehow, and now it's on their land.
Oh, I see what you mean. It was transported. Why didn't you say that?
Cherish shrugged.
I thought I did.
When they rounded a corner, they saw the house was still on the back of the large truck, and service vehicles surrounded it. There was also a large crane and several workers standing around.
Won't it have to go on foundations? Wilma asked.
The foundations are ready, Malachi answered. Cherish stared at Malachi. She hadn't recalled any conversations about preparing foundations.
Who did that?
The bishop organized it.
I see.
The four of them stood close to the buggy, a distance away, as chains were attached to the house. Then they watched as the house was lifted into the air and skillfully placed on the foundations.
It looks small, Wilma said. It had to be to fit on the truck, I suppose.
Ada kept staring at the house.
Will we be able to have a closer look soon?
I think so, Malachi said. I'll go ask someone what's going on.
What do you think, Mom?
Cherish asked. I think they'll be able to make it nice.
It's not too bad from the outside. Not too bad at all. Can they move straight in? Ada asked.
We'll have to take a look and see, Malachi answered.
An hour later, they were able to take a look. Malachi suggested that Wilma be the first to go in. The others followed. The front door opened easily. Wilma's nose twitched once she got further inside. It wasn't the scent of a good home. The air was musty, as if no one had stepped a foot in the house for years. The walls and floorboards reeked of mildew. Some of the walls were cracked, and there was a large piece of ceiling missing. The windows were small, opaque, and dirty.
The house needs major repairs, Wilma stated flatly. I agree, Ada said. I think I've seen mice droppings.
Malachi placed his hands on his hips and looked around.
It won't take long to fix. It looks bad, but these are only minor things, not structural.
There were 2 bedrooms that were in good shape, and a bathroom that seemed okay.
The water will need to be connected. Who will do that? Ada asked.
I know some people who can do it, Malachi replied.
I guess we'll need to get some cleaning supplies, Wilma said, and wood for the fireplace.
Cherish said,
It'll be a while before we need to worry about cleaning and firewood. I wonder if it has an attic.
Wilma looked around. Ada looked up at the ceiling.
It's worth a look.
It has no attic, Malachi told them. There's barely any space at all.
Then it'll need a basement.
Already done. It just needs a door and a few other things.
Oh, thank you for your input, Malachi. It sounds like you have had a lot to do with it.
Well, it's for family, so I was involved. I'm sure Simon would have done the same for us.
Ada clicked her tongue.
I wonder what Favor will think of it. She'll be excited. Simon already said they could build onto it later to make it bigger.
Wilma turned around in a circle. I believe they'll be able to turn it into a home. They'll raise their children here and have a good life. Cherish moved closer and put her arm around her mother.
It means a lot that you support this move for them. And what about you, Ada? I support whatever they want to do as long as they stay close with Harriet and Melvin. Otherwise, it will break their hearts.
Ada let out a loud sigh. Chapter 38. When Debbie approached the house, she stopped her horse at the bottom of the driveway and got out to check the mailbox. Since Wilma wasn't home, she'd taken over the job of collecting the daily mail. When she opened the lid, she saw one letter. She recognized the writing immediately. She snatched up the letter, got back into her buggy, and headed up the driveway. Wanting to savor the letter, she'd decided to unhitch the buggy and tend to the horse first and read the letter once she was inside the house. The horse started moving his head around and then whinnied.
Hey, what's wrong?
Debbie whipped her head around when she heard a noise. Matthew stepped out of the shadows.
Oh, you scared me.
Sorry, Debbie. I didn't mean to. I just came to talk with Krystal.
Debbie looked over and saw Krystal's horse in the paddock.
Looks like she's home. She'll be inside.
Need a hand? He asked.
No, it's fine.
Debbie, I don't mind. I'll do this.
Are you sure you don't mind?
I'm happy to do it. Would you mind asking Krystal if she could come out and talk?
Sure, I can do that.
Debbie left him with the horse and buggy. She pushed the front door open, took off her coat, and hung it behind the door. Then she rushed over to the couch to read her letter, forgetting what she'd just said to Matthew. Before she could get the letter out of the envelope, Krystal burst into the room.
Hey, there you are. Where's Jared? Bliss is bringing him by later. She looked after him today. He would have had a good time playing with the rabbits. Krystal sat next to her. I hope she didn't give him a rabbit to bring home. Wilma would be upset by that, don't you think?
Yes. Debbie clutched the letter in her hand.
What have you got there?
Krystal peered at the letter.
It's from Fritz.
Krystal raised her eyebrows.
What does he say?
I haven't opened it yet.
I know what it will say.
Krystal clutched her hands to her heart.
My dearest Debbie, I pray that this letter finds you well and in good health. I know it's been a long time between letters. I'm not like the other men who've written to you. I'm just not good at this sort of thing. I'm writing to tell you that I love you and I'd like for you to be my wife. I would be a good and faithful husband. I don't have a lot of money, but I will give you a good home. I want us to marry as soon as you are able. I'll understand if you say yes, but if you say no, know that my heart has been broken into 1,000,000 pieces. We've been through a lot, and I've come to know you well over the last few weeks.
Debbie laughed. Stop it. That was pretty good, though. He has a lot of money. You weren't right about that.
I'll delete that bit.
Krystal laughed.
I am a good writer. I have written a book, remember? I wrote about my experience staying here in the community.
I did hear about it.
But I never expected to stay permanently. Anyway, it never got published.
She looked over at Debbie.
I'm guessing you want to read your love letter alone.
If you don't mind.
I'll be in the kitchen. I'm making us hamburgers. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. I am hungry. Jared will love that.
Good. I'll make him fries, too. We've got loads of potatoes.
Great.
As soon as Krystal walked back into the kitchen, Debbie ripped open the letter and started to read. Dear Debbie, this letter will be short because I'm not much good with writing words. I'm better at talking when I'm in front of you. I have missed you a lot since I've been gone, and like I said, I'm here putting things in place so we can move forward. I've seen you with Jared when you thought no one was watching. You're a great mom. I'll also say you make a mean grilled cheese sandwich. I know you've had a difficult few years raising Jared on your own. I'm hoping that from now on, things will change for the both of us. Is it too soon? I don't know, but I do know that I can't live without you any longer. I love you and want to marry you. I'll wait to hear your answer. Faithfully, Fritz. She held the letter to her heart. It was everything she'd hoped for. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Jared would have a proper family. She'd have more children with a man that she loved. There were no doubts in her mind that Fritz was the one. She'd had doubts with Peter, but things had been completely different with Fritz. A few minutes later, she heard Krystal walk up behind her. She turned to look at her.
He loves you, Debbie. Everyone knows that.
Debbie nodded. I know.
I'm happy for you. I can see by your face that the letter was a good one.
It was. Thank you.
Are you getting married?
Debbie laughed as she wiped her eyes. Are you a mind reader or something?
What's going on?
Krystal sat down next to her. Don't tell anyone, please. He asked me to marry him, and he said he'd wait for my answer.
This is great news, Debbie. Congratulations.
Krystal leaned forward and hugged her.
I'm so happy for you.
I know, Debbie said, her voice cracking. Me too. Oh, I forgot. Matthew was outside looking for you.
He was?
Yes. He's probably still there with the horse trying to settle him. He was acting up.
The horse was, or Matthew?
Debbie smiled. The horse, but maybe both.
I'll go see what he wants.
Krystal left the house, leaving Debbie to her thoughts. Debbie read the letter again and then placed it back in the envelope and sealed it. She'd do something special with it. It was lovely to have a keepsake like that so she could look back upon it in years to come. Before she left the couch, she was already planning her wedding. She walked up the stairs to her room. On her nightstand, there was a small wooden horse, a toy of Jared's. She picked it up and smiled. Jared would soon have a man he could call Dot. That was the best part of having a man like Fritz. Now she couldn't imagine not having Fritz in her life. She placed the special letter in her bottom desk drawer for safekeeping. Then she moved to the window and pulled the curtain aside. She saw Matthew standing by the fence, talking with Krystal. She loved watching them together, although this time they were standing further apart than usual, and neither of them was smiling. Chapter 39. Moments before, Krystal bit her bottom lip to stop it from trembling. She knew Matthew was out there waiting for her. She grabbed her coat and, without bothering to put her arms in the sleeves, placed it around her shoulders. Once she was outside, she saw him pushing the buggy under the cover. It would be so easy to run out there and give Matthew a big hug, but she controlled herself and walked up to him. He turned around and smiled. The moonlight seemed to be singling him out and shining upon him, highlighting his features. She saw the dimple in his cheek, a feature she hadn't seen in a long time. He was the best thing that had ever happened to her, until his attention had been taken by Fenella, and then again by Sigrid. She looked at the starlit sky, praying that the night wouldn't end in tears. Matthew met her in between the barn and the house. He didn't say anything, just stood in front of her. The silence and tension were unbearable. She couldn't wait any longer. If he'd come here to tell her he was in love with Sigrid and things were over, she wanted to know now. Finally, he spoke.
I'm sorry that I hurt you, Krystal. I never meant to do that. I
don't want to hear it, Krystal said, cutting him off. You have a life, Matthew. I would never wish to come between you and Sigrid or anyone else.
But you are between us, he said,
taking a step toward her.
You have been on my mind every minute since I left. I've tried to forget you, but I can't. I love you, Sigrid. It's you I want to marry.
At the mention of Sigrid's name, Krystal saw red. Why did he have to spoil the moment?
My name is Krystal. You're immature and don't know what you want. I don't have time to wait for you to grow up. Maybe Sigrid will wait, or maybe she won't see what I see. Goodbye, Matthew.
She walked to the house, ignoring him calling out for her to stop. Once she was in the house, she closed the door behind her. She leaned against the door, shaking. She wasn't sure if she was shaking from the cold or from the emotions running through her. Her knees were weak, and her heart ached. Tears fell from her eyes, and she covered her face with her hands. She was at a loss trying to figure Matthew out. A knock sounded at the door.
Go away, Matthew, she shouted.
What do you want from me? I just wanted to talk to you. Can I come in?
No, I'm too tired. I'm tired of you.
It will just take a minute. Please?
Krystal knew she was impulsive and impatient. She wanted to be the best that she could be so she could live the life God wanted for her. Going against her better judgment, she wiped her eyes and opened the door.
What do you want to say to me?
Can I come inside?
No, it's not convenient right now.
I want to tell you that I'm sorry for what I've done to you. I haven't been a very good friend to you, let alone a good boyfriend. You are right to hate me for not being there for you. I know that I hurt you, and I'm sorry for that.
You only care about yourself. I want to be left alone.
I want to be your friend. I couldn't stand it if we weren't friends. You mean a lot to me, Krystal.
Krystal nodded.
I will think about that.
I have something to give you. I hope it reminds you that I'm a good friend, even if I'm not a good boyfriend.
He handed her a slightly wilted pink rose. Krystal recognized it as one of the roses he'd given her the other day. She'd thrown those flowers in the trash. He must have seen it on the ground. He moved the flower closer to her. Her instincts were to throw it at him and slam the door in his face. Again, she had to think about what a good Christian woman would do. The woman she wanted to become would see the best in every situation. She looked down at the rose and ignored that it had seen better days. Krystal took the delicate flower from him and scratched her thumb with one of the thorns.
Ow! What is it? A thorn! I didn't know it had any.
When she saw that the thorn had made her thumb bleed, that was it. Her old self surfaced, and she couldn't hold back.
This is a sign. You'll hurt me just like the thorn did.
She thrust the flower back at him.
Take your half-dead flower, and I don't want to see you for a long time.
As he touched the rose, 2 petals fell from it and floated to the porch's floor. As he leaned over to pick them up, she slammed the door. Krystal ran up to her room and threw herself onto the bed, sobbing. Chapter 40. From the kitchen, Debbie heard Krystal running up the stairs. She turned off the hot plate where she was cooking the burgers and went to see what was wrong. She found Krystal in tears, lying on her bed, looking up at the ceiling.
What's wrong?
Krystal sat up and wiped her eyes.
Nothing. I'm not crying over him anymore.
Matthew?
Who else?
Debbie sat on the bed with her. Then Krystal told her how everything had gone wrong, and how Matthew had been distracted by Sigrid. Debbie put her hand to her head.
That's awful. I'm so sorry. He doesn't know what he wants. He wants me one day, and the next day he wants someone else, even someone he doesn't know.
I'm sorry to hear that. We're all fond of Matthew, but he can't be the man God has for you. I won't believe it. The right man won't make you cry like this. The right man is coming, Krystal. Krystal wiped her eyes.
I've been waiting for so long. I don't have much hope because I wasn't born Amish. Everyone sees that as a problem. Everyone except Matthew, and I won't have him now, even if he brings me a dozen roses.
The man God has for you won't care. Believe me. I thought no one would want me because I have a young child, but then Peter came along. I wasn't convinced about Peter, just like you weren't totally convinced about Matthew. Then Fritz appeared. You'll find your Fritz equivalent, or he'll find you. Krystal gave a little laugh at that comment.
I want my version of a Fritz equivalent now. Thanks for making me feel better. It's hard to have faith when you can't see any signs of it happening.
I know, it is hard. Debbie took a deep breath. When they heard a horse and buggy, Debbie jumped up and looked out the window.
It's Bliss, here with Jared. I'll finish making the hamburgers. Don't forget the fries.
Debbie smiled.
I won't forget. Can you give me a call when it's ready? I'll start packing for the farm.
Will do. Chapter 41. Wilma was up early the next day, baking bread for the household. Ada wasn't even up yet, but Wilma had the company of the winged and four-legged variety. She was joined by Wally and Caramel, who were waiting for her to drop a tasty morsel of something on the floor. After a few minutes of being ignored, Wally and Caramel gave up and settled on the rug under the birdcage. Wilma made herself a cup of coffee while waiting on the bread. All was silent except for the ticking clock on the wall as it counted off the number of seconds in the day. Wilma stared at the clock, wondering how many more seconds, minutes, and hours before she went home to Gott. Maybe her life would be numbered in years, but the older she got, the more she thought about leaving her earthly home to make the journey to her heavenly home. She would rejoice when she got there, but leaving everything and everyone she knew depressed her a little. That's why she avoided being alone. Surrounded by people, her mind wasn't filled with dark thoughts.
Mom, I thought I heard someone awake.
Cherish stretched her hands in the air and yawned. Wilma's mood was elevated immediately.
I wake early when I'm here. I think it's lighter earlier than at home. I wake as soon as it's light.
I do have darker curtains that I can put in your room if you want to sleep later. They might make a difference.
No, I like to wake up with the sunrise. Was I being too noisy?
Not at all. Malachi is already awake. He's just getting ready.
Malachi poked his head in the kitchen.
Good morning, Wilma.
Oh, good morning, Malachi. I hope I didn't wake you, did I?
No. I'll see you both a little later.
Malachi headed out the door. Cherish moved to the window to watch him walk to the barn. You're making a good life for yourself here, Cherish. God is blessing you, too, with favor moving here.
I know. You don't even know how pleased I am about that. It was so quiet around here.
It won't be for long. You must stop worrying about your finances. If Malachi says things are all right, then they're okay.
I won't worry, but there is something I want to talk to you about.
Wilma took another mouthful of coffee. What's that?
It's about Christina's baby.
Which one?
Not the twins. The ones she had before she got married.
Wilma's face turned white. What do you know about that? Cherish swallowed hard.
Not much, and please don't say anything to Ada about this. I found something that Dagmar wrote in a notebook. Wait here and I'll get it.
Cherish went to her bedroom, grabbed the notebook, and sat back down with her mother. Then Cherish opened it at the right page and passed the book over. Wilma carefully took the old book in her hands and read it silently. Then she shook her head and closed the book.
What does that mean?
Cherish asked her mother. Wilma placed the book on the table. It sounds like Dagmar knew where Christina's baby went. She never mentioned it to me. Cherish was disappointed. She had been hoping her mother could add another piece to the puzzle.
How did Dagmar get involved with the adoption?
Mom shook her head. I don't know. Cherish searched her mother's face to see if she was telling a lie. Sometimes her mother had a loose relationship with the truth.
Either you or Mark would be the only people who would have known Dagmar. Christina didn't know her, as far as I knew.
I don't think Mark would have had any knowledge, or that means he would have known what happened to the baby. And he doesn't. Cherish slumped in the chair.
You're right, I suppose. He would have told Christina if he knew anything, especially with how it was tearing her apart for years.
It all happened before they were married. She knew him, but he probably wasn't involved in the adoption. Wilma tapped the book. It doesn't say there that Dagmar helped with the adoption. It just says she kept quiet about it.
That's true. Someone could have told her something. But who?
Unless... Is there anything else in the book?
Not a thing. I've read all the way through it. I do know that all of Bishop Zachariah's children are adopted, and there are a lot of them. 10 or 12 or something like that. A couple of the girls are the right age to be Christina's child.
Oh, Cherish, don't go poking your nose into things. Wilma shook her head. Leave things be. Don't disturb the harmony.
I've gone over and over it in my head. Do I say something or do I leave things be?
Say something about what? Ada bustled into the kitchen. When no one answered, she sat down. Is this something I'm not supposed to know? Tell her, Wilma urged. Ada then took a deep breath. Okay, I confess that I overheard it all. I wasn't deliberately listening in. I overheard it by accident.
It's okay. I probably would have told you anyway.
Cherish opened the book and showed Ada what her Aunt Dagmar had written. When Ada closed the book, Cherish asked,
Do you know anything?
Ada shook her head. I know nothing. I only know Christina had a child. I don't know where the child went.
I was just telling Mom that some of Bishop Zachariah's children are the same age as Christina's baby would be now.
You can't go around accusing people of kidnapping a baby. Ada shook her head.
I'm not. She's been adopted, not kidnapped. I just want to know what happened. Christina wants to know, too. Everyone knows how sad she was about giving up that baby. She's never got over it.
Ada stood up. She gave the baby up. She has the twins now. Aren't they enough?
They'd help ease her pain,
But I don't know if anything but finding her child will really help. I can't just do nothing.
I think you're better off staying out of it.
Ada put her hand on Wilma's shoulder. Do you want to come with me to look at the baby calf? I'll come as soon as the bread is baked.
I'll wait for you.
Ada turned to Cherish.
You're always involved in drama.
I'm not. Cherish leaned back in her chair. I can't go to Bishop Zachariah and ask him. He'd want to know what made me ask such a thing. And I can't talk to anyone about it without Christina's permission, and I can't ask her about it because it'll bring back painful memories.
Then leave it be.
Cherish sighed. I'm not sure if I can. She motioned to her mother. Mom, I just wondered if you had any ideas. No, I only know that Christina's child was adopted. Wilma looked down at the notebook. It was so long ago. Ada got up and looked out the window.
The book doesn't say that Bishop Zachariah paid Dagmar.
She turned around.
Who knows what Dagmar was up to?
Paid? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why would someone be paid? Cherish frowned at Ada. No one would have been paid. That's all we should say about the matter, Wilma said. If Dagmar was involved, there's no use in discussing it now. She won't be able to tell us, and it's clear that we can't figure it out. You're right. Cherish leaned back in her chair. The best thing I can do is leave it be. She got up from the table. I'll make the breakfast, and then we can all go to the store if you want.
Oh, good. I'll make a list of what we need.
Ada picked up the notebook. Don't write in that. Cherish grabbed a pen and paper out of a drawer and passed it to Ada. Here.
I know you want to help, Cherish, but it's not your place to do anything.
Ada stared at her. Cherish nodded. I know, but I can't help thinking, why did God allow me to find that book if he doesn't want me to get involved? While Ada wrote on the paper, Mom suggested to Cherish, maybe he does want you to do something, and I'm sure he'll let you know when the timing is right. I'll get the bread out of the oven, Mom. You can go with Ada now and look at the calf.
Okay, I'll write the list later. I want to see the baby.
After Wilma and Ada left, Cherish stayed in the kitchen, staring at Dagmar's book. Her fingers touched the book's leather cover. There was no name on the cover, no nothing, not even a symbol. The words in the book were definitely in Dagmar's distinctive handwriting. Cherish placed the notebook in one of the high kitchen cupboards for safekeeping. Ada and Wilma got into their coats before they stepped out into the cold January air. The door of the barn was open, and they walked over to the pen.
Her second day of life,
Ada remarked. Wilma nodded and bent over the fence to get a better look at the calf. The calf looked up at Wilma, then down at the hay. Her nostrils flared, testing the air and smelling the hay. Wilma and Ada watched closely.
She is a cutie,
Wilma commented. The mother cow crunched on some food from a bucket. Wilma and Ada reached out, petting the calf's nose. The calf tried to back away at first, but then decided they weren't so scary after all. She's so soft. Wilma started to pet her. The calf put her head down and licked Wilma's hand. Ada laughed. Then the calf walked over to her mother and lay down. Oh, she's going to sleep, Wilma said.
Shh, you'll wake her.
I won't. Wilma and Ada stood and watched the calf fall asleep. Ada held her breath when the calf stirred, but she soon closed her eyes and settled.
Let's go back inside and warm ourselves with some hot tea,
Ada whispered.
Okay.
Ada straightened and walked back to the door of the barn.
I feel a draft, she said.
I can smell the bread, and I'm starving. Oh, I didn't tell her to get it out of the oven.
I'm sure she'll figure it out. I think she said that she'd get it out.
Cherish will make us some bacon and eggs, Wilma said.
It's good that she's cooking for us for a change.
Yeah, after all the years we've done things for her.
How times change.
Both women laughed. Chapter 42. The car's engine was so quiet that Krystal could have been sitting in a library. The car turned off the sealed road onto a dirt road. To her right, houses dotted the landscape like the domino set she used to play with. A ridge of mountains stood in the distance on the horizon, looking just like a painting. The car had leather seats that were almost as soft as the sofa in the houses where her mother used to be a maid for rich people. Krystal was delighted when the car finally pulled up at Cherish's farm. From the car, Krystal could see the large farmhouse. It was white with a wraparound porch. The barn sat to the left of the house. A covered buggy sat in front. The long driveway split into two. The dirt road leading off to the left ended at a paddock, and the other side led to the farmhouse. She was completely taken in by the charm of the place. She had needed to get away from her day-to-day life so she could get some perspective. Most of all, she wanted to talk to Ada and Wilma about what happened with Matthew. Ada would most likely say to forgive and forget and just accept Matthew's proposal, but she didn't want someone who felt honor-bound to stick with her. She wanted someone who was in love with her, and her alone. "Here we are, miss," the driver said when he turned off the engine.
Thank you.
As she got out of the car, she couldn't help but notice the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked goods. She was sure she caught whiffs of pies, muffins, and cookies. Cherish loved her sweet treats, and this was just how she imagined Cherish's house would smell. The driver got out and fetched her small suitcase from the trunk. She hadn't traveled since she'd left her mother and returned to the Baker apple orchard years ago.
Don't leave yet, please. I just want to make sure I've got the right place.
"Sure, but it matches the address you gave me." The driver gave her a nod.
Hello?
At the sound of a male voice, Krystal turned around. There was an Amish man near the barn. Her first thought was that it was Malachi. When he walked up, she took him in with a single glance. Now, he didn't look anything like Malachi. His eyes were green, whereas Malachi's were nearly black. His skin looked older and worn, and his frame was more rugged. He was so handsome. Krystal swallowed. Her mouth was dry and her throat constricted. The sun was setting, ready to give way to the moon. Its yellow light hovered over the two of them like a holy glow from heaven. Eventually, she found her voice.
I'm looking for Cherish and Malachi.
Cherish is in the house, and Malachi is somewhere doing something.
Oh, good. I've got the right place. Thank you.
She nodded to the driver that he could leave.
Thank you,
she called after him as he got back into the car. The driver's door closed with a thud. Then the car's engine released a low hum as it started its journey.
"And you are?"
Jed asked, not taking his eyes from her.
I'm a friend of Cherish's. If you don't mind me asking, who are you?
He stood tall and took a deep breath.
"I'm Malachi's older brother."
Really?
She hadn't seen him at the wedding, and she'd never heard Cherish speak about Malachi having a brother.
"It's true. I don't blame you for asking, though. I often ask myself the same thing. But my parents tell me that I am related, so I must believe them."
He leaned forward and added,
"Pending a DNA test."
Krystal covered her mouth and laughed. It was such an unexpected thing for an Amish man to say.
"Do they know you're coming? I haven't heard them say anything about a visitor."
No, it's a surprise.
Jed walked over and grabbed her suitcase.
"I'll accompany you to the house. I can't have someone like you carry their own bag."
Krystal laughed again, more from nervousness than anything else.
What did you say your name was?
"I didn't. You can call me Jed. My dad and grandpa were Jed too, but they were Jedediah. I'm just Jed."
Oh, interesting. I'm Krystal.
"Hello, Krystal."
As they walked, she noticed that he looked her up and down. She hoped he was pleased with what he saw, and she was certainly hoping he wasn't married. He didn't have a beard, so she was pretty happy about that. If he was going to be around for a while, he'd be a good distraction. He leaned in front of her and put his hand on the door handle. Jed couldn't believe he'd met someone so beautiful, and she was an Amish woman.
"I forgot to ask. Will your husband be joining you?"
Krystal smiled. He wasn't very subtle.
I don't have a husband.
His eyebrow shot up.
"No husband? I'll have to see what I can do about that."
Again, Krystal was speechless as he pushed the door open and called out,
"Here's another surprise visitor."
Cherish came out of the kitchen, and when she saw Krystal, she screamed and ran toward her. The two of them hugged right there in the doorway.
What are you doing here? I needed a break. I'm so happy you're here. Who's looking after your shop? Bliss is doing it until I come back.
Hearing all the commotion, Ada and Wilma came out of the kitchen.
Krystal, what are you doing here?
You could have come with us. Everything's all right at home, isn't it?
Ada asked.
Yes, everything's fine. I just felt like a vacation. I hope you don't mind, Cherish. I know you have a big house, but I didn't know you had other guests.
Krystal shot Jed a sidelong glance.
Jed's not staying here. We've got plenty of room. Great. Where are you staying, Jed?
Krystal asked.
I'm staying with Ruth next door. I'm over here a lot, though. I hope I can see more of you while you're here. Before she could answer, Cherish grabbed her by the arm.
Come into the kitchen. You can sit down and tell us everything that's been happening.
I'm off to find Malachi. I'll see you later, Krystal.
Bye, Jed,
Krystal said over her shoulder. They sat Krystal down and gave her cookies and coffee.
I could smell these as soon as I got out of the car. Oh, and why didn't anyone tell me Malachi had a brother?
He has 4 of them, all older,
Ada said.
Malachi doesn't open up about his family very much,
Cherish told them.
I found that out, Wilma said.
Krystal picked up a cookie.
So, his brother will be around for a while? I expect so. I'm so pleased to see you.
Krystal smiled at Cherish.
What did you think of your quilt? I loved it. Thanks so much for helping. I didn't do much. I'm glad you liked it. I'll show you how it looks on my bed after you have something to eat. I'd love to see it. Now, tell me about Jed.
Oh, Ada put a hand over her heart.
He delivered a breech calf. He saved its life. At first, I thought he was a little odd in his ways, but he was masterful with that cow. Now he is staying with the mother cow and baby, night and day.
He said until he's sure the calf will be okay. I'd say he probably won't stay there tonight, Cherish said. There's a baby cow? Can I see it?
Cherish nodded.
Sure.
Let's all go,
Ada said, rising from out of her chair. There was a light on the porch, and the barn door was open. Cherish could see the light shining into the barn.
Oh, wow!
Krystal dashed in and stood in front of the new life, right where Jed was sitting.
Hi!
Jed looked up at the approach of the ladies.
Hello again, Krystal.
You've done a wonderful thing, Jed,
Krystal said.
They told me how you delivered her and saved the life of the cow and the calf.
He gave her a humble smile.
It was nothing much. I just knew what to do, and I did it.
You did it masterfully,
Ada said. Wilma nodded. Jed has a way with animals.
Yes, ma'am. I've been around them all my life.
Do you live around here?
Krystal asked, reaching out to pat the calf.
No, but I'm thinking of moving closer.
Krystal flashed a smile at him, trying to remember how to flirt. It had been so long.
Are you going to stay and be the calf's daddy?
Can't do that, he answered.
Why not?
I'm looking to have people babies. Before that, I need a wife. Know anyone who could help with that?
Krystal looked down, feeling pleased but a little embarrassed they were having a conversation like that with an audience.
I think you should be the one to name the calf, Ada told Jed. If it wasn't for you, I doubt she'd be here now.
A broad smile spread over Jed's face.
I've got a perfect name in mind, as long as it's okay with my brother and his lovely wife.
Wilma waved a hand through the air. I'm sure they'd be delighted for you to name her. He looked at the calf and bent down.
She's beautiful. I'll name it after a beautiful woman I met once.
The smile left Krystal's face. She didn't want to like someone who had lingering thoughts of another woman. Was he another man like Matthew?
I shall name her Krystal, Jed said.
Ada and Wilma stared at each other with their mouths gaping open. Wilma bumped Ada's side.
Ada, we must help Cherish with the meal.
Krystal didn't know what to say.
I'll help too,
Krystal said, moving away with them. Wilma raised her hand. Nonsense. You stay here with the calf and have a closer look. Ada and I have seen it all before. Ada and Wilma huddled together as they hurried out of the barn. Jed just kept on grinning and turned back to the calf. It made a small noise. Krystal came back to where Jed was sitting. You want to name the calf after me? He nodded. If that's okay with you. It's a beautiful name for another beautiful creature. Thank you. That's flattering. It's supposed to be. I meant it as a compliment. He kept his eyes fixed on the calf. What are you looking at? I'm just watching the calf. What for? To make sure she's okay. But she's okay, isn't she? Krystal asked. Yes. Then why are you still watching her? I don't want to miss anything. He looked up at her and smiled. It's the miracle of life. I love watching any baby animals discovering their surroundings for the first time. She's a fine calf. I don't know much about cows or any animals. You see, I wasn't raised on a farm. I wasn't even raised Amish. She thought she should get that out of the way as soon as possible. He stared at her. Where were you raised? It's a long story. I'd like to hear it sometime. Maybe I'll tell you. He chuckled. I hope you will soon. Will you be staying for a while? I'll be here for a few days. I'm glad you're here. I am, too. She was a little scared of what he might say next. I should go and help the others. He gave a half smile, and Krystal headed back to the house with a little spring in her step. She didn't sense any change in his demeanor when she confessed to not being Amish from birth. When she walked into the house, she was met by Wilma. Get a load of that, huh? I haven't ever seen you blush like that. I saw your red face even in the dull lighting of the barn. Wilma, hush, Krystal laughed. He seems like a fine man. He did save the calf. He took his coat off and rolled up his sleeves. He knew what he was doing. But Ada insists he's not for you. Matthew is for you. Wilma leaned closer and whispered, That's her opinion, and she's sticking with it. But Jed seems so nice. They both continued into the kitchen, where Ada and Cherish were cooking. Ada seemed to have heard what they were talking about. You don't know Jed properly, Krystal. None of us do. Cherish says he's a loner. He seems to be, Cherish agreed. Krystal didn't know what was wrong with being a loner. Sometimes it's good to be alone. Just don't fall for him, Ada said. He's more than you can handle. That sounded like a challenge to Krystal. A pleasant challenge. He's very handsome, and he's got a nice smile. I know the type of man he is. They can't be changed, even though they seem exciting. Ada shook her head. Krystal knew that Ada was painting Jed in a dim light, so she'd stick with Matthew. Matthew? Matthew who? She'd forgotten about him already. Chapter 43. Later that night at the Baker apple orchard, a knock sounded on the front door of the house. Jared had just gone to bed, and Debbie had been looking forward to some quiet time. She opened the door to see Fritz. After she'd gotten over her shock, she noticed he wasn't smiling. Fritz! Hi. She opened the door wider to let him in. Did you get my letter? He asked, rubbing his chin. Yes. He seemed upset and didn't hug her or anything. He looked disappointed that she'd gotten the letter. That's no good. I was hoping I'd get here before it arrived. Debbie froze. He didn't mean it. He'd come to take back the marriage proposal. She prayed that it wouldn't be so. Jared came running down the stairs and wrapped his arms around Fritz's legs, talking at a mile a minute. Debbie quietly walked over and sat down on the couch, and Fritz scooped Jared up on his lap and sat next to her. As soon as Jared stopped talking, Debbie said, It's bedtime now, Jared. Aw, I want to stay up a little longer. How about I take you up to bed? Fritz said. Yes. Jared hung on to Fritz's neck as Fritz carried him up the stairs. Debbie ran through what to say when he dumped her. She couldn't believe he'd end things with her completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to take Jared up to bed. That was a fatherly thing to do. No, he was there to delay things. That made more sense. He wasn't the type of man to rush into anything. Debbie didn't want any further delay, but what could she do about it? Nothing. Finally, Fritz came down the stairs alone. Debbie smiled at him as he sat next to her.
"Where's everyone else?" he asked.
Krystal and Wilma went to Cherish's farm. Ada went with them. Jared and I are here alone.
Ah, that explains why it's so quiet.
Then there was an awkward silence. Fritz cleared his throat.
About the letter.
Yes? He took off his hat and placed it on the coffee table, and then he rubbed the back of his neck.
I was wrong to send it off to you before I thought things through. I sent it, and then I regretted it. I was trying to get here before it arrived.
He picked up her hand and held it in his. Why did you want to get here before the letter?
I want to ask you something in person. Will you marry me, Debbie Brunner?
Debbie sat there in shock. Her mouth refused to move. He wasn't there to delay things or take back the proposal. This was more than she had ever hoped for.
What do you say? He asked,
a smile hinting around his lips. She nodded. Yes, I will marry you. He brought her hand to his lips and pressed his lips against it. The touch of his lips sent tingles up her arm, causing her heart to beat faster. His voice was silky and velvety as he whispered, I want to marry you soon. Debbie silently thanked God that she'd finally have the family for which she'd always craved, and Jared would finally have a man he could call Dot. I want that too. Jared will be so excited.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Many miles away, at Harriet and Melvin's house, Favor and Simon were busy packing their belongings to head to Cherish's farm. This has been Her Amish Quilt, the Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 34, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2023 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2023 by Samantha Price.